everything up over on Discord. Da-da-da. There we are. And there we go. Alright, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. Hello to anybody catching us live here on twitch.tv or after the fact as a VOD on YouTube. So glad to have you here with us today. My name is Brady the Overanalyst, and I'll be your host for a few hours of the Sly Collection, as, I feel the need to point this out every broadcast, streamed to a PS4 via the PlayStation Now service. So if there's really minor technical or graphical hiccups, trust me, that's why. This trilogy runs flawlessly on PS3, just putting that out there. This is one of my favorite series of all time, and it is my pleasure to get to share it with all of you for the first time. We're almost done with Sly 2. We've got 2 chapters left, and one of them's pretty short. So odds are good that we'll actually get to dig into the 3rd title today, which, in a lot of people's evaluation of the series, is a very, very slight step down from Sly 2, or roughly equivalent to it. I actually think it's a little better, and I'm curious to see what all of you guys think. But before we get into any of that, we've got to dive on into Chapter 7 of Sly 2. I believe it's called Trouble in the North, eh? Menace in the North. Okay. So, if you recall last time around, we finally completed, Chapters 4 and 5, which saw us wage war against corrupt prison warden the Contessa in Czechoslovakia and recover Clockwork's eyes. And we then traveled up north to the frigid wastes of, like, far northwestern Canada to recover a massive parcel of Clockwork parts from 19th century prospector Jean Busan, who was frozen in a glacier and thawed out very, very recently in the game's narrative. And so isn't really a criminal as much as he is a rabid ecological threat dedicated to logging, hunting, and generally destroying the nature of the North as efficiently as he can. Who used his clockwork parts to power trains, like good old-fashioned 19th century style locomotives that were used to smuggle the Claw Gang's drugs throughout North and South America. We managed to collect all 3 of those clockwork parts and take down Constable, now Captain Neela, in an RC chopper battle, which was simple, but actually quite a lot of fun. And now we need to pursue Busan further north to his logging camp, where his last clockwork part is being held, and some kind of mysterious Northern Light battery is being prepared for the leader of the Claw Gang, Arpeggio, pictured here, in that little portrait on the right, who holds the clockwork brain and has really significant but mysterious plans for all of the clockwork parts. Hello, hello.
Have you started your stream yet?
Oh yeah, we're live.
Oh, okay, I'm just gonna go tell stuff then.
Alright. So, let's dive on into Menace in the North, eh? Which, like the last chapter, is set in a pretty low-tech environment, but is also one of my favorites in the entire game. We get to see the Cooper Gang work together on individual missions quite a lot here. The operation at the end is absolutely fantastic. The story actually takes on some slightly darker, more somber tones and themes starting here, and we get more Jean Busan, who is my favorite member of the Claw Gang, and one of my favorite antagonists in the series. Let's dive on in.
Things just weren't right up in Canada. Random acts of violence were popping up like weeds, and the Northern Lights, well, they just weren't right. One night they'd be brighter than ever, and the next, gone. In Nunavut Bay, I overheard talk between Jean Busan and his mysterious
Hello,
partner,
Seth.
Arpeggio.
Thank you so much for the raid.
Somehow, those two are
And
being
hello,
involved.
everyone. Hope you're doing well.
Tracking the source of the disturbance was easy. By simply following the lights, we were led north to an immense lumber camp.
Hey, Schnaufy.
The
Good
sheer
evening.
number
How you
of
doing?
fallen trees advertised Jean Busan's presence and that he was in possession of the clockwork talons. Pithevius Raccoonus makes numerous references to the Talons slicing through plates of steel.
Tato is still in the other
skilled
channel
lumberjack
because
of
he's a
Busan
slow.
can clear a forest in
No
hours while
worries.
wielding the artifacts. Those Talons have got to go. Both to finally do away with clockwork and to save the environment from his twisted sense of progress. The world just doesn't need to make space for another strip mall.
Alright, time for Chapter 7. Really looking forward to this, and hello to everybody just now joining us. Hope you're doing well, and are excited for the conclusion of Sly 2.
Woohoo!
Oh, Pooey, thank you so much for the host, man. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. So, welcome to the most remote region of Canada we'll be visiting. We've traveled even farther north, and here we can see, that actually looked better on the original PS2, I believe. You could see the Aurora Borealis in the background, the Northern Lights, that Jean Bisson is using to, well, power something, or plans to. Alright, Pooey, no worries. Hope you're enjoying Yakuza, by the way. That's a fantastic series, and I've got to get around to playing the 3 or 4 entries I haven't, but absolutely love what I have. Okay, so, we, in that cutscene, saw the final Clockwork part we'll be introduced to. The Talons, Clockwork's actual claws, are in, possession of, or in Jean Bisson's possession. And honestly, their use is really underwhelming. He just, affixed them to that massive cane he walks around on, and uses them to fell trees more efficiently. Personally. That's it. I don't really think, compared to everything else we've gone up against, that's much of a threat. Like, if we want to keep people from putting Clockwork back together, I'd say just keep the parts the Cooper Gang has, bring down the Claw Gang, and leave it there. But no, they want to gather them all.
Exactly.
They want to gather them all. Really quickly, we do have more upgrades to purchase. Let's see what we have. Sly can slow time. That doesn't sound great. Murray can terrify his foes by roaring at them. I don't think he needs to terrify them any further. Bentley gets bombs that can actually shrink enemies within a certain radius. That's kind of handy, actually. We'll get that. And we'll get Murray's Charge. Why not?
Okay, so here's what we know. One, Arpeggio's blip is on its way to pick up a battery from Jean Bisson. And two, the only way we'll get a crack at Arpeggio's clockwork brain is by finding a way to sneak aboard his blip.
But before we do that, we'll need to snag the Clockwork Talons off Jean Bisson. Time is short, we've got a lot to accomplish.
True, but first things first. This lumber camp isn't on any of my maps. I need you to poke around and take some recon photos. They'll help to get my sensors oriented.
No problem. Recon photos, I got covered.
In anticipation of the icing...
Oh, we also get yet another traversal move here at the tail end of the game. We can separate Arcane into a pair of sickles and use them to, climb sheer ice walls.
Try ascending to the top of that sheet of ice. Just jump and hit the circle button to dig in.
It's a simple mechanic, but it looks really cool, honestly. Speaking of looking really cool, quite a big fan of this area. How was your stream, Seth? If you're with us.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. I was able to finish the Fire Temple, and now we're on to the Desert Temple.
Okay, fair warning, it has a reputation for being the worst dungeon in the game.
Yeah, I mean, so far, like, the game is fairly easy.
Yeah.
There was, I think, 2 places where I was a little bit, stumped and didn't know what to do. But other than that, I mean, it's cute. It's definitely not the best Zelda game, like, not even close, but it's worth playing, definitely.
Kind of
Doesn't deserve hate.
like Mario 3D World.
Basically.
Okay, so you know how it goes by now, friends. We're going to try to gather as many clue bottles as we can before beginning the mission chain proper, just so we can access that vault whenever we find it. We will be spending quite a lot of time in mission-specific instances in this chapter, which I generally really like. And just so you know, I'm doing my best to remember. I believe we will not be seeing near as many missions that take place exclusively in the open world in Sly 3 and 4. There will be way more mission-specific stages, which in my book is a positive. Oh, there's a clue bottle. There's a goat. Correction, there was a goat. Now this area's got a lot of verticality to it. It's also pretty spread out. In many ways, this feels like a vastly superior version of Rajan's temple stage. And as I said, is one of my favorite environments in the game. And the missions we have here are just fantastic. Oh god. Bear's going to town on the guards. Okay, not a whole lot we can do about that. Except just stay back. We are reaching the point in the game where guards, like random guards, will be carrying some very valuable loot, like rubies, sapphires, topazes. I think this is around the point in the game where we'll start seeing things like gold nuggets or bars, which are, as you would imagine, worth quite a lot. Let's clamber our way up on top of this cabin to grab the clue bottle here. You know, gathering all of the clue bottles in every open world stage is nowhere near as onerous as I was expecting going in. I mean, the fact that they emit that sound when you're, you know, even remotely in their vicinity is very, very helpful. This is Jean Bison's sawmill. It's an area you kind of want to be careful around. There's loads and loads of very strangely located saw blades all over the place. Oh, there's another clue bottle. Let's just see about... Ooh, this guard also has some loot. Which, considering we spent virtually all of our coins on those two upgrades, we might actually want to prioritize right now. Hey, another sapphire, that'll help. Our silent takedown's also going to be very helpful in the last couple of chapters, because we'll be seeing, I want to say, a slightly higher than usual concentration of flashlight guards. Fortunately, Busan's goats, and to a lesser extent the geese, still go down pretty easily in direct combat. Oh look, a frozen mammoth. Might want to keep that in mind. Oh, Pooey says, I love Kiwami a lot. Yeah, so do I. Yakuza 2 Kiwami, especially, was very, very good. I need to get around. I own the Yakuza Remastered collection, and have played through the 4th before, the original release of the 4th Yakuza on PS3. It was also quite nice. But I do need to get around to playing 3, 5, which I've heard great things about, and 6. Someday.
Oh, Brady, I was holding a burp today.
Oh! Oh, yeah, I saw that on Discord.
It was so cute and soft.
But very mild
my neighbors
mannered.
looked at me like I'm... Yeah, I mean, the neighbors looked at me like I was crazy because I was, you know, walking a dog with a bird on my finger, kind of like Snow White, but...
You know they just jealous.
Majima-san is such an amazing character. Yeah, they are just jealous. Like, they wish they could be me.
Yeah, Majima's great. He went from a... Ow. He went from a bit character in the original release of the first game, voiced by Mark Hamill in the English dub, by the way.
Interesting.
To a fan favorite really, really quickly. I hear Clue. I hear one of... Sly hears one of his drinkies. Hold on. You can never hide the bottles from him. He has a problem, you see. Now, I'm pretty sure there are clue bottles in the last chapter, but we may or may not get them all. Who says Mark Hamill voiced him in the original? Yes, yes, sir. The English dub of the original Yakuza actually had a star-studded voice cast. I want to say Michael Madsen voiced Shimano, and there were a couple other like big-name actors they got to play prominent roles. Yeah.
There is one more stage after this one, right?
Yes, ma'am. We've got Arpeggios chapter after this. And it's very, very disappointing for a character with what I think is an incredibly cool concept.
Yeah.
Welcome to the ice. We will never actually need to be over here, I don't think. But we can explore. But he says I play with original audio, though, so I won't know any of them. No. Most of the Yakuza titles that have been westernized or released in the West do not have English audio tracks, and I wouldn't use them anyway. The original was released for PS2 in the US back in the day, and didn't do super well. I think they have released English audio tracks for Judgment, and so presumably Lost Judgment as well. And maybe Yakuza 7. Yakuza 7. Oh, hell. For all I know, there's a bottle on that boat. There probably isn't, but... Also gotta be careful of the large birds of prey here. They can swoop down and try to take a piece out of us. Ah, almost. Almost. Oh, wait, we could just climb the ice sheet. Never mind. Let's get some health out of the toilet. That always works well.
I mean, that's what Borderlands taught us, right?
Oh, sure. Borderlands taught us plenty of good life lessons.
Yeah. Like pretzel stock.
Mm-hmm. Which is just one of the truisms of life, I think. Like, well, I'll say this. I've heard... I've never had one, actually. Soft pretzels are great.
Oh, yes.
But like, hard pretzels, like if you're going for a salty table snack at a bar or something, just go for some classic salted peanuts. You're better off.
Well, I'm not a I'm not a big fan of peanuts, but salted pretzels is definitely not something that I would eat at a bar.
Or I mean, like, if you want to go classy, and of course I always do, go for some cashews.
Cashews.
The best, just the best, salted nut.
Nut.
Nut. There's this beautiful frozen over lighthouse that serves as a set piece in this chapter. We'll be seeing more of it later on, don't you worry. We also get probably the best boss fight in the game in this chapter, so that's something else it's got going for it. Sorry, folks, if this is just a little on the dull side. Remember, every chapter starts off with a little bit of exploration and collection, then we get into the good stuff.
Yeah.
And in this chapter, there is a lot of good stuff. There's also a lot of moose, which, depending on your animal preferences, could be good stuff.
Moose.
They're like deluxe deer. I'm okay with that.
I've never heard moose being referenced in such a way. Meese? Moose?
Moose.
Misai.
Well, hey, that's just the original hot takes you come to this channel for, right?
Oh yeah. Also the proper English lesson. Misai.
I mean, that's what we should use as the plural, but... Oh, here's Jean Bison's home. Which I don't think we ever get to explore, actually, but it's here.
Aww. I like it that he has Canada flags on the door, just in case there was any doubt.
Oh, not even Canadian flags, just a maple leaf symbol.
Oh yeah.
The coins are also emblazoned with a maple leaf. Because of course they are. You also notice a giant wooden totem of a bison carved into the front of the cabin. Just to make sure you know who lives here. It's like the kind of thing I imagine Big Ed would do with his own home.
Oh god.
You know he would have like a giant portrait of his face on the outside, right?
Of course. I'm surprised he doesn't already have it. And sell it as merch.
His mom probably wouldn't let him.
Oh, true.
The strange thing about Big Ed is his mom seems like such a nice person.
I mean, same as Colt's mom as well. She's a bit weird, but, you know, not a bad person, I would say.
Debbie seems a little, kind of like Brandon's parents to me, honestly.
Yeah, a little bit controlling.
Like faux nice. Big Ed's mom just
Oh,
seems
nice.
really sweet. Where are the rest of my bottles? Sly needs his drinkies. I hear geese, I do not hear bottles. Alright, give it just a minute. Might have to explore some more on the ground floor. The ground floor of the world. Still don't hear anything. Now let's think, is there... And let's not forget there's one near the mission marker. But... is there any one area we're just totally neglecting? Maybe the roof of Busan's cabin has some. We can platform across the massive frozen, ice formations over there.
Whoop.
And reach the roof, I think. I don't know, as I've never attempted to do so before.
Beppo, why don't you eat your dinner? Not getting any snacks until you eat your dinner.
Hey, Smurf, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well.
Hi,
We're
Smurf.
almost done with Sly 2. And playing one of its better chapters right now. Or trying to find bottles within it, at any rate.
Eat your dinner.
As we all know, Sly's gotta get lit before he can pull off a heist. Nothing here. So with the one we already know the location of, we've yet to find 6. Ah, there's one! Honestly surprised I couldn't hear that one. Though, compared to a lot of the other chapters, this stage does have a lot of ambient noise at virtually all times, due to the omnipresence of logging equipment. Oh, I hear one. I hear one. And I see another. Oh boy. Hear quite a few, actually. Okay, I guess we found the cluster where all of our bottles were hidden. Ooh,
Nice.
let's grab that nugget.
That nugget. Not to be confused with the other nugget.
Well, of course. No, gold nuggets are actually the most valuable, maybe the most valuable random treasures you can acquire from guards in the game. You might be able to get gold bars as well, which would be worth a little more. But generally, nuggets, good stuff.
Nuggets. Would go for
nuggets.
some chicken nuggets now.
Yeah, same.
Never been a big chicken nugget person, believe it or not.
Like dip it in some sweet and sour sauce. Oh yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I would have to get, like, chicken tenders or something that probably isn't formed, because I just need that texture, you know?
Nah. Like, one of my favorite videos on the internet is the one where Jamie Oliver tries to like teach children about like healthy food and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he pretty much dissects the whole chicken, like removes all the good parts, you know, the breasts, the wings, the legs, and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just goes. So what do we do with the rest of it? And the kids are like, we throw it away. Nope. He just blends it all together, adds some, you know, spices, blah blah blah, and makes chicken nuggets out of it.
Oh my god.
Like, so that's how chicken nuggets are made. And then he asks the kids, so which one of you would, like, who of you would eat this? And pretty much all of them just raise their hands like, I would. And just the look of defeat on his face is glorious.
He tried.
I get the
He
sense
failed.
that Jamie Oliver is actually a very talented chef, but who, based off of all the videos I've seen of him online, just has the worst luck in the world. And to be fair, some of his recipes are absolutely bonkers.
Oh yeah, you need to put like a little bit of unicorn horns dust and stuff like that, and I'm like, where the fuck am I gonna get all this stuff?
The man put chili jam in fried rice.
What the fuck is chili jam?
A spicy jam. Oh god, Sly. No. A spicy jam flavored with chili extract, I suppose. It looked like a more viscous Thai chili sauce. Why would you put that in fried rice? I don't know, you monster.
No, like my favorite is, we're gonna make some, like, a simple, easy, healthy meal, and then he uses like 3,000 different ingredients.
Yes.
That all cost like $50 each. And like, see, easy. See how easy it is to eat healthy?
It's like Nigella Lawson's food.
Yeah.
And like half
And
the people watching it are like, yeah, well, that one meal is half my food budget for this month.
Right.
Okay, let me go order a pizza while this guy's done cooking.
Yeah.
Not just that, but it also takes like a few hours, and it's like, dude, I wish I had that time.
Yeah.
I mean, when that is your job.
Yeah! Yeah! Ooh, got a little bit of lag there as we yote the goose off of the watchtower. Alright, now we're still missing 2 bottles, but you know what? That's okay, because there's some treasure up here and we're gonna run it back to the safe house right quick.
Yahoo!
40 seconds, we could do that. Paraglider away! The time limits for these booby trap treasures are actually very generous most of the time. Oh no. Oh no. We can still make it. We did make it. Ho! Alright. What all can we sell? Oh, well, those nuggets, they're worth quite a bit. But the jeweled chalice, that's where the good stuff is.
Can we stop talking about the nuggets?
Can we call them just gold pieces?
I'm not sure you would want these nuggets. I've been picking them out of, like, extremely, extremely cold guards' back pockets.
Nuggets are nuggets.
Never understood the whole nugget craze. Now, Wendy's has some halfway decent ones. Bless you.
Oh, thank you.
How are you feeling today, Potato, with that foot?
It's less swollen, still like pretty blue. But I also have some crutches, so it's a bit easier to walk around.
Okay, that's good. Sounds like you're getting there, slowly but surely.
Don't call me Shirley.
Alright. Where are my bottles? Sly needs his drank. Oh, well, there's one. Did we go all the way to the right before? I'm not sure that we did. Hold a moment. There we go. Now, anything? Probably not. Yep, no. Alright. That leaves me with one clue bottle, and definitely not gin bottle to track down. Oh shoot! These geese have shields that do nothing, but they've got them! So, I beat Ghost of Tsushima last night.
Nice, congrats.
Thank you. It's very good, but I also found that, like, throughout the game you can find, like, through free roam and things like that, different, skins for your katana and dagger, basically, right? So, different sets of scabbards and things like that. Well, one of them was called, I think, Sly Tanuki, and had a predominantly blue and gold color scheme with a raccoon tail patterned fur wrap around the scabbard. It was great. It was my favorite Easter egg in the game.
Nice.
Gotta love it when they reference Sly, like they don't forget where they've come from. Now, I thought I heard a clue bottle around here somewhere. Oh, I do.
Oh, by the way, you reminded me with the Easter egg thing. Iron Maiden released a new music video.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, if anyone's like listens to them and hasn't heard yet. And the video has like over 20 or something Easter eggs to all their other songs or albums.
Oh, that's cool.
And it's actually a pretty good song.
Oh, there it is! There's our bottle. Oh, shoot, kids. Kill the goose. Get the juice. Alright. Now we're ready to begin our questing in earnest. After getting shot. Let's just use our sickles. Whoa! What the hell happened there? Use our sickles to ascend this ice wall and begin our recon mission. Are you kidding me? Sly? Pathfinding, buddy? There we go. Okay. Dodge the birds. And let's get ready for some Canadian recon. Round 2.
The arcade upgrade performed so well in the field. Now scout the area. I could really use the reconnaissance.
Alright, just gotta grab some photos for our man. Starting with a photo of the gigantic bear roaming around the area and wantonly murdering guards. This can only go well.
Is bear lurking?
Yes, but cannot lurk forever.
Oh.
So excited for Psychonauts 2, you have no idea.
Yeah, same. Just a little
This
over a
place
month.
is bear country,
Mhm.
alright. Interesting.
I love the label on some of these photos. Bear.
Signature.
So the bear's emitting a radio signature, eh? Alright, alright. Let's grab a quick photo of Boat while we're at it. Oh god, we've drawn the ire of bear and like 2 flashlight guards. How on earth did that happen? Fortunately, Oh, I was about to say, I think Bear and Flashlight Guard are having it out with each other, but no. No dice. Oh, Lord. Okay. Let's just clear out the guards that we have no choice but to deal with at this point. Fortunately, none of them have guns. There we go, got a boat.
Sensors detect a Wi-Fi link to that boat. It must be piloted by computer.
Ah, the boat's connected to Wi-Fi. Excellent. It's got automated piloting software. As you know, all like severe weather, like sturdy industrial seagoing vessels do. There we are. Okay, let's grab a snap of the sawmill blades for whatever reason. If this were a sawmill functioning without blades, I think I'd be a little bit more inclined to believe that would be photo-worthy, but here we go.
Those saw blades look particularly old. I guess this logging camp has been around for a while.
Oh, yeah, there's also, I guess, the implication that this logging camp was around since before Busan was frozen in the 19th century.
So get this. Usually when I'm giving dinner to Beppo, I use that time to brush him because then he doesn't attack the brush.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to brush his, butt because that's where a lot of hair is.
Sure.
And he was like trying to sit down and not let me go near his butt. And I was like rotating around him and brushing. And then at some point he looked at me, he took his entire bowl, went into a corner and put his butt in the corner. I was like, what the fuck?
He's learning.
God damn it. Yeah. He's learning faster than me, apparently.
Now we just need a snap of Jean Bisson's cabin.
Ooh, I gotta go close my window.
Oh yeah, that sounds awful.
Oh. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's, the floating thingy went to Croatia now.
Oh god. Is everything okay, Potato?
Yeah, it's just windy, and I honestly don't really see
John B.
anything.
Sod,
Okay.
the lair of the
Through the
beast,
window.
the den of evil, the epicenter of eco.
I'm gonna go take Beppo for a walk. I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Alrighty.
Okay, that should do it. Now for
I'm
the real
thinking now
point
would
of
be the
interest.
perfect time to order some
Lighthouse.
food, and then the food delivery person's just gonna spit in it.
There you
Shit
go.
in it.
Are you actually going to, regardless?
No. The food delivery services have all crashed.
That's good. That's good that they're defending their drivers. Okay, so...
No. They've actually crashed because their infrastructure is shit.
Ah, I see. Well, now we need to infiltrate Busan's Lighthouse, which is a great little, area to explore, and we'll actually, infiltrate, I want to say 2 or 3 times over the run of the chapter. Right now we just have to get over there through the magic of paragliding. Now that Sly's got all 30 of his drinks, he can do anything. Yeah, welcome to the Lighthouse, which is also the epicenter of Busan's Northern Light battery operation.
charger, but where's the battery Arpeggio's coming to pick up?
The front door has been expertly locked and reinforced.
I was right. The entrance is barred from the inside.
And of course, John himself is here. Oh, almost.
Just look.
Yep, we got the spinner in frame perfectly. Excellent.
Might as well get a shot of old Jean Bisson.
And now we grab a photo of Busan because we can see he now has the talons affixed to his staff. No, come on. Come on, get in frame.
Oh, Sly, listen in. He's mumbling to himself.
Come on, Jean. You got it in you. Those Lumberjack games need some more competition, eh? What would attract the participants? Bullseye! I'll post the Clockwork Talons as a trophy. That should bring in the competition. Although, who am I kidding, eh? I'm gonna win just like every other year. Oh, it's tough being this tough. It sure is, yeah.
Head back to the safe house. We need to talk about these Lumberjack games.
Yep, so we're going to have to win the talons in a series of ridiculous Lumberjack games. And it is slideshow time. Let's see what the plan is.
Yeah, slide.
has unknowingly thrown down the gauntlet. With the Clockwork Talons as a trophy, we'd be fools not to participate in his Lumberjack games. Fortunately, due to frequent avalanches, a log chopping guide was frozen in a wall of ice not far from our position. Sly, you're in charge of acquiring the book. I'm sure it will prove invaluable. Now, we're all aware that Arpeggio's blip is coming to pick up another battery. To sneak aboard without incident, I'd recommend we pull a Trojan horse and stow away inside the battery. However, the location of the device is still a mystery. We need some inside information. So, working together, you two will infiltrate the Moose Guard's secret RC combat club. Those guys all work in the Lighthouse. If you win the battle, I'm sure they'll talk. Despite his antique mind, Jean Bison's no fool. To keep tabs on him, we'll need to bug his house, steal the radio tags off local bears, and then jerry-rig them into a sensor array. It's a challenging set of tasks, and that blip's on its way. Let's get to work.
So yes, we're going to be, cobbling together a series of tools which will allow us to excel at the revered ancient Canadian Lumberjack games. That is the plan this go-round. First things first, though, we're going to bug Jean Bison's house by, well, technically pickmouthing the RFID tags straight out of the maws of local bears in one of their caves. What could possibly go wrong?
Everything.
Of course. Bear cave bugging, this is the one. This is, as you would expect, a very, very sensitive stealth-based mission. We're not just stealing from Carmelita, we're not stealing from regular guards or members of the Claw Gang, we're stealing from bears. Which, oddly enough, kind of like the large birds or those rather conventional-looking dogs in Mesa City in the first game, are not sentient. They're just regular animals, which raises some very serious questions about this world and its ecology. What determines which types of animals are sentient and anthropomorphic and which are not? Because we will meet anthropomorphic sentient bears later on in the series. So, I don't know what's up with these Canadian ones.
Wild bears in the area have been tagged with radio tracking devices. If you could snag enough of them, we should be able to set up a receiver array around Jean Bison's house.
I'm always up for bugging someone's home.
The first step is crawling.
That's kind of creepy, Sly. Not gonna lie.
I'm on it.
I'm always up for bugging someone's home.
Does that bug you?
Depends on whether or not I know about it, I guess.
Well, radio transmitters
So what we gotta do is avoid stepping on fragile ice, tiptoe over to each bear, wait for them to yawn, and then, yep, grab the tag right out of their mouth.
Clear of the thin, crackly ice. Walking on it is sure to wake the bears.
I'll keep that in mind.
Alright, what you got for us, bear? There's one of the... Oh, God! That is not the tag I was expecting. That is a absolutely massive transmitter. Potato, look at the size of these things. That was just in a bear's mouth.
I mean, sure, yeah.
Wait for it. There we go. I think at some point this year, the second Pathfinder RPG from, I think it's Owlcat Games, should be released for PC. And I'm very, very interested to see how that one shakes out after some of the very well-deserved criticism they got for gameplay in the first one. That was the one that had, like, the invincible owlbear show up as an early game encounter.
Ah, yeah.
That the devs themselves never playtested on a difficulty above easy.
Well, like, who's gonna play above easy? Come on, Brady.
No, you're right. You're right. I didn't. The story was great, but god damn, the gameplay and mechanics were awful. I love these little sickles that we can separate the cane into. I wish they had some kind of combat application. Like Sly could get his Blades of Mercy on.
Nice, that would actually be nice. Or the pimp cane with a whip, you know?
Yeah, really.
Only you could have pulled that off. Head outside and I'll...
Now we've got to get out of the cave. Easier said than done. No! Oh, shoot. Yeah. You've got to launch yourself from the roof of the cave straight onto the hook, which could be a little tricky. Do we have to go through all of this again? Oh god, we do. I'm sorry. Alright, so, new idea. We're going to try sneaking our way back around. I'm not going to chance it on that series of obstacles. Not worth it. At least the rest of this, while time-consuming, is pretty easy. And then once we've got all of these, we're just gonna have to run around the open world, or overworld for a bit, finding places to leave them so that Bentley can construct some kind of radio array that will allow us to listen in on Jean Bison's communications. Now, Potato, I don't know about you, but I'm also very excited for Elden Ring.
Oh, yeah.
And you should be...
coming out for PS4, though?
God, I hope. Otherwise, we're screwed.
Yeah, that just hit me, like, it might Elden Ring PS4. It is.
Okay, alright.
It's fine.
Hopefully with a free next-gen upgrade.
It's also coming for PC?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because, you know, you can't buy a PS5, so...
PS5, PC, that's one letter in common, that's enough.
Oh, well, 21st of January, so...
Yeah, not...
a couple of months to finish all the Dark Souls.
And Sekiro.
Oh, yeah, and Sekiro.
Sekiro, you're really gonna like. How far did you get yesterday, by the way?
I didn't get much further. I got the bonfire atop the, like...
The fortress.
Yeah, the fortress.
Pull that off.
That's a kind of frustrating stage, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit.
Also, at least until you reach the rooftops, incredibly bland in its visual design.
Yeah.
Browns and grays like we back in 2007. Which, I mean, Dark Souls wasn't released too much later, so, I mean, I guess you could give it a pass.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Probably not. Okay. Time to plant some RFID tags.
To form a receiver array, you'll have to place the radio transmitters in precise locations around Jean Bison's base of operations.
Seems easy enough.
Once you're in position, hit the circle button to place the transmitter.
Yep, now we've just gotta stick these suckers around the encampment. Okay, there's transmitter number 1. One of them has to go directly on top of Bison's house, which makes perfect sense. Which means we have to climb the sawmill again. Whoopsie daisy. Pretty sure it's Shark Week, for those of you interested in that most bizarre of cultural phenomena. Never understood the buzz around Shark Week myself. Like, oh, you get to watch slightly more shark-themed documentaries than usual on Discovery Channel, if that's your thing. I mean, sure, but man, live close enough to the ocean. Every week can be Shark Week if you want.
Yeah. And if you're living with your girlfriend, you know, once a month is probably also Shark Week.
Oh, we've got an announcement. Hold on.
Ooh, an announcement.
Alright, just Jean Bisson bragging about how rapidly his team was deforesting the Canadian wilderness. No, Shark Week does have, like, a colloquial meaning that has nothing at all to do with documentaries, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Of course it does. I wonder where that one came from, like
Oh,
how
I
on
can tell you
earth-
right away. There was an image of a shark brain that sort of looks like the female reproductive
Right.
system.
Oh,
And
of
therefore,
course.
Shark Week.
I don't think that's the kind of association anybody would want drawn to their genitals, but okay.
And not during Shark Week.
Up and running.
Looks like the disembodied brain of an oceanic predator. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so now we have to perform an insanely convoluted series of tasks to melt an ancient, like, guide to wood cutting that has been frozen solid inside of a block of ice. Because this game is the best.
Simply the best.
This one's going to require us to infiltrate Busan's sawmill, I believe. See, we've gotta train one member of the gang to be, like, superlative at woodcutting so that they can defeat Busan at the Lumberjack games. Because, yes, this is the second to last villain we're facing. And this comes after the abusive, brainwashing prison warden operating out of an old Gothic castle, who's implied to be a literal Black Widow. And our showdown is playing silly Lumberjack games with him. I love it. Up we go. Oh, we're just going to dive straight on down into the sawmill. Alright.
What's the worst that can happen?
Saw blades, I would suspect. Oh no, lasers. Never mind.
Sly, I've detected
And
here
fire? Just fire everywhere?
chopping. That might be useful for the
It's
lumberjack.
kind of irresponsible in a sawmill.
Unfortunately, it's frozen deep in an
That's
ice wall.
How are we supposed to
coincidentally made out of
get to it? Wait
wood.
for more global warming?
Yeah.
That industrial laser is used to cut through
In
petrified
general, that
logs.
would not be a
If it
good
can be
idea.
bounced out that window, with your help, I should be able to harness its energy to melt the
This is
ice.
actually a pretty solid little platforming
How
course.
do I redirect that thing?
There should be a switch on the other side of this wall. Throw it and then head outside.
I love the signage here, though. Danger with the maple leaf emblazoned below.
Yep.
Just so you don't forget where you are. Yeah, look at all the fire! And the lasers! Oh my god. Again, I will always contend these little individual instances, constructed for specific missions, are where the game shines brightest. The open world stuff is okay, but this is some high quality stuff. Far better than the stages in Sly 1, I would contend. We'll use our silent finisher to take out the guards down here, just to save us a little bit of heartache. Or do we even have to bring them all down? Oh, there's the vault. Yeah, we have to bring them all down, so we can get at whatever's inside. Well, the last one's just asleep over in the corner, so he should be fine.
If I did my math right, and I always do my math right, then the combination has got to be 583.
5, 8, 3. Okay, what do we get? What on earth is this? Oh! A lightning-infused spin attack.
A nice one.
Alright. Shoot.
I have returned.
Welcome
What's the
back.
body count?
In this mission so far, only 2.
Wow.
Well, it's a Sly stealth-based mission.
Oh, right.
Make sure you keep a steady watch. A prowler's been spotted. We cannot afford to have anything happen to our log-cutting equipment, particularly that laser-type saw blade.
Oh, no. Ooh.
Once we get to them old oaks up near Lookout Mountain. Well, hey, you know, you should still enjoy yourselves, eh? I mean, how many people get to cut down forests for a living? You're lucky. Don't ever forget that.
One thing I appreciate about Jean Busan, as we've been hearing, is he's at the very least incredibly kind to most of his workers. He just has a very twisted idea of progress, that's all. Let's flip the breaker to redirect the laser, so that we can melt out the ancient guide to log chopping, and also raise the little grate that was keeping us from just crawling on through to the other side. Now we can head outside and redirect the laser straight into the ice block.
Of course.
Sure. We've got to
where
thaw
it
out
belongs.
a guide to log chopping so that Murray can beat Busan in the Lumberjack games.
You'll need to alter its direction with the crystals I put in your pouch.
I see. I just walked away.
Wait, so that's like the boss battle here, Lumberjack games?
That's the operation, yeah. We're going to be competing against Jean Busan in the Lumberjack games for the Clockwork Talons. It's great.
Wow.
So we get to use these little crystals, these prisms, to redirect the laser. This is basically a more involved version of the last mission. go into an instance to complete a simple task, then go platforming about the overworld, placing specific objects in 3 or 4 different places. We do not want to make contact with the laser, obviously. It will damage us, so just be mindful of that as you go about redirecting it. So what we want to do here is create a point we can actually place a
Hi,
crystal
Luna.
on. Hello, hello.
Hey,
Welcome.
Luna.
Hope you're doing well. And now platform across these ice structures once more. I swear I think this will be the last time we have to go across these. It's a good thing we got all those clue bottles, though, because that lightning spin is gonna be super useful in a couple places. Now we've got to go clear across the encampment. Okie dokie. Luna says exhausted. No, next point. Well, I'm sorry you had a rough day.
Especially mentally. I mean, do you absolutely need this job? It seems like you are quite miserable.
Yeah, no, you seem to be very unhappy with it every single day.
Welcome to adulthood.
Well, no, like, I mean...
It's not that bad.
No. I'm unhappy with my job currently because of the way the pandemic affected what was supposed to be training, right? But until the pandemic came along, I was generally quite happy with the state of affairs overall. You know, there were bits of the job I didn't like the research, for instance. Research is not my thing. The research, all of that. But the teaching, the grading, evaluating, working with students, I loved that, and it made the negative or less enjoyable aspects of the job feel like less of a chore and more of an obligation. You know, like, this is what I do to pay the bills, and I get to do a lot of things that I enjoy as a part of my work as well. I think that's generally what you want in life, right? Enough good to dilute the bad. Luna says, problem is, it's basically the only kind of job I can get. Have you considered further, like, post-secondary education, then? I would imagine, with the pandemic, it may be slightly difficult to access, but options probably exist there. There's one more. Hoi! Damn goose. Yeah, now see, with that lightning spin, we can potentially strike and immediately dispatch multiple enemies at once. In the case of the lightning cane, or the lightning strike, we can only perform a single attack on one enemy to dispatch them, and the effect will be dissipated immediately thereafter. Luna says, I gave up studying, to be honest. Well, man, I don't know. And Seth, feel free to weigh in here, because I think you've had more analogous, like, struggles with, like, frame of mind and all that, right? Mm-hmm. For me, and this is what I would suggest to you, Luna, if you're soliciting advice from people who have no idea what they're talking about on the internet. If you're in a circumstance, or you're in a situation where you're unhappy, and you know you're unhappy, you are dissatisfied with that situation, the best thing to do, the only thing to do, is something. Do whatever you can, whatever is in your power, to change some aspect of that situation. And that has to include asking for and being willing to accept help, and being willing to compromise. Don't expect that you'll be on top of the world tomorrow, if you're feeling so poorly right now. But do whatever you can to change the situation you're in, because usually the question you have to ask yourself is, would anything at all, literally anything, be better than where I am right now? If the answer is yes, throw yourself into something new headlong.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, if you gave up studying, that still doesn't include stuff like courses, for example. Mm-hmm. Like, there's some education that that is not as hard as college, for example, but it's still gonna launch you in the right direction. Luna says, no, I know I only gave negatives, I know how I feel, but I need the money to try to get outside of home or go anywhere else outside of this island.
Back in the deep freeze.
Well, at least you know it's just a temporary situation, right?
Yeah.
Pal, we got the log chopping guide.
I prefer to call them situation.
By the way, we defrosted a mammoth really quickly that then immediately rushed into the icy water and refroze itself, so that was a good deed we did. Oh, wait! No, we've got one more mission left in this little chain, and it's a Murray stage. Oh boy.
Ooh, yeah, time for some murder.
He puts the myrrh in murder. We can now, since we purchased that upgrade, use the ridiculous, like, coked out charge that he used on us in the final stage of Chapter 4. Let me give this a go. Do we want the turnbuckle launch? We probably won't need that most of the time. Berserker charge, though. Yeah, this is the good stuff. Observe. Oh, wait, that doesn't give you much range. Never mind, I'll keep the turnbuckle launch. Because look, it basically makes Murray the Hulk. Verticality and all.
Yep.
The bulk.
The mulk.
Hey, Eclipse, good evening. How's it going, man?
Hey,
Hope you're doing well. We're nearing the end of Sly 2, but that does not mean we're done with our good friend Murray. Oh no. Oh no. Murray has much more to teach us over the next 2 titles.
The Merc, yes.
Now that'd be like a Murray for hire.
The murderer.
Flip says, how is everyone? I'm doing okay, thank you. Working on a really tight timetable as I get ready to pen my first draft of the first chapter of my thesis, but I think I'm gonna be alright. How about you guys? Oh my god, Murray. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Honestly, I can't wait for tomorrow's stream of Dark Souls. I just wanna... If I had the time, I'd be streaming it every day just so I can finish it sooner.
Wow.
I mean, yesterday was frustrating, but it wasn't that bad. Like, I only died, what, 21 times?
Something like that, yeah.
Flip says, I'm okay. Glad to hear it, man. You adjusting to that new job well? He says, you got this. Ah, thank you. Fingers crossed. Now, that does mean I may be a little bit more absent on here, especially during days where I'm not streaming, but for which I apologize. But I do think I can get this done, for sure.
How dare you?
So, we're going to have to infiltrate the Moose-only RC Combat Club with an RC tank that Bentley designed.
It was awesome.
Now think, how are we going to infiltrate the club, though? The answer is actually rather morbid.
Those guards will never let you into the combat club without a disguise. That old moosehead should do the trick.
Why is there a, like,
You to get up there.
hollow moose head on the second floor of this mill?
Yes.
Why not?
Hold on.
Why not?
Murray's gotta hide so the guards don't discover him. That'll do. Now it's time for Sly to do his thing. No, and that is not like that is not a plush, that is not a costume part, that is the same exact model used for the actual Moose Guard's head. What is going on here? Was he like a respected, venerated elder who they keep around now in spirit to observe their glorious RC battles from the afterlife? What is happening? Is he like one of the Hawaiian feather gods or something? Like, what is happening?
Stuff is happening. Don't worry, bud.
May as well be the official motto of this game at this point. Just don't ask questions. It's awful if you ask questions. Okay, real quick. Look at this setup. What purpose does this serve in a sawmill? Between this and all the fire, I'm not sure Jean Busan knows how to actually process lumber.
Probably.
Clip says questions are bad, okay? Yeah. Clip says don't ask questions, Brady. You're right. Just keep the faith.
The less you know, the better. Ignorance is bliss.
Unless we're talking about chicken nuggets, in which case it apparently doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, you can't see how much they cost, and assume it's quality.
Oh,
like,
of course,
you know,
of course.
Top premium meat.
Well, I mean, I love, like, highly processed andouille sausage, so, yeah, I really can't talk.
Although, to be honest, I think, like, most of the big fast food chains don't make them from, like, chicken leftovers.
Murray,
Just
heads
due
up.
to the fact that if that would come out, it would probably ruin it.
Yeah. Okay, so now that Murray is wearing the head of one of their fallen friends, he could pass as a moose. The moose! He's the moose!
Oh, I'm in, eh? I ain't got
The
a lot of money
moose.
for his wager, but there's no way I'd lose to a new guy like you, huh?
That RC combat drone takes some skill to control. Steer with the left analog stick and hold down the X button for gas. After you collect the fallen ammo, press the square button to fire its turret. Here's a pro tip. You can only aim the turret while you're stopped.
Okay. So we've got to collect some ammo. Which, of course, the Moose Mobile does not have to do. But we can blow it totally off its tracks very, very easily. So as long as we jostle the Moose Mobile, which also seems to have a flamethrower for whatever reason, we will be
Nice.
A-okay.
You won, eh?
Oh, we got him!
I ain't got
Somehow.
money. That might be okay. It all depends. Depends on what?
Oh god, his model's totally frozen. Look at the guard. Oh no.
The Northern Light battery.
Oh, well, I guess I owe you.
Are we gonna taxidermize that one too? Okay.
Yes, all of them.
On to our next slideshow. Let's see what we got.
After reading through the log shopping guide, it's become painfully clear that to win in the Lumberjack games, we'll have to cheat. God constructed a plan that centers around us acquiring an eagle's egg, which is more difficult than you'd think. First, Murray needs to lure a bear into taking out the local oil mains. Once destroyed, the pressurized oil should ignite and create updrafts, which Sly will then use to paraglide over to the eagle's nest, grab an egg, and then head back to the safe house. Thanks to Murray's undercover work in the RC Combat Club, we've learned that the Northern Light battery is hidden in a silo nearby. The battery needs some serious modification if we're going to hide inside it to sneak onto Arpeggio's blimp. First, we'll short the battery with grapple lines on local boats. Then, we'll all break into the lighthouse and sever the power flow to the battery. That way it won't recharge. Given my electrical engineering background, this plan has a 97% chance of success. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, so
He's arguing with his chicken.
the formerly squeaky chicken.
Oh, no good, lazy penny.
The toy that he like mauled.
He unsqueaked it.
Okay, so it's time for Murray to play with more bears.
Yeah, it's that chicken that got its squeakiness surgically removed from its anus.
Man, can't we all relate? So as Bentley said, quite humorously, after reading the guide, it's become painfully apparent that in order to beat Busan in the Lumberjack games, we're gonna have to cheat our asses off. Which is what the next series of missions is all about. Getting everything in place to rig the games in our favor.
All the local oil mains.
It looks pretty sturdy.
So first things
Nice.
first, Murray's going to need to convince a particularly powerful bear to destroy a bunch of oil pumps.
Grizzleface. The guards ignore him because he's blind and practically nerve dead, except for his sense of smell. If that old guy smells fish, there's no stopping him. Use Grizzleface to take out the oil mains.
But I don't smell like...
We're gonna have to use fish to lure the bear. But how are we going to get the fish, you may ask?
Taking up a post along the river. He'll keep tossing bombs into the water, and the fish should get blown sky high. Plenty should land near your position.
So, you want me to throw a fish at
So
the
Bentley's
oil
going to
main?
be just constantly throwing bombs into the lake to blow a bunch of fish straight out of the water.
Improve their odor.
Like so. We've got to throw the fish at the oil main to get Grizzleface to go in for it. There we go.
Work. Trot old Grizzleface over to the next oil main by luring him with fish.
Alright, Bentley, can we get some fish, sir? Thank you, thank you.
Bear's coming.
A weird looking fish.
Oh, indeed. We've got to wait on the bear, though.
Hmm.
I think. Oh, here he is. Hey, buddy. Want to take care of this for us? Thank you. In the meantime, the Murray's just going to do what he does best. Oh my god, a guard actually harmed the Murray. That cannot be tolerated. There we go, we beat a health pickup out of the next one. Whoa! Now I've got to get up there. The turnbuckle launch might actually be pretty handy here. There we are. Now let's just grab our fish whenever it falls.
Peppa.
There we go. Bear should be incoming.
That bear can run pretty fast. He's on the way.
In the intervals between lures, the bear, I believe, just kind of wanders around the lowlands of the map. One would think we'd be able to see it coming this time around. Yep, here he comes. There you go. Eat up. Metal. Also probably found in fast food chicken nuggets. Now we've just got to run him on over to the last main.
Grizzleface is moving towards your position.
No! Ah! It's okay, Murray. We could just platform our way on over. Be wary of the icicles, which actually drop from a fair few locations around this map. And prepare to deal with the guard. In true Murray fashion, sending him straight to hell.
Grizzleface is coming.
Fortunately, the guards also don't think anything's up when they either smell the fish or see the fish flying through the sky.
When it happens.
Presumably so.
Sensors in the safe house indicate that Grizzleface is on the move.
Where is the big guy? Now, granted, he's having to cross the river as well, probably from an approach in that direction.
Grizzleface is moving towards your position.
There's a fair bit of waiting on bears in this chapter, I have to say. It's really good otherwise, though.
Is the wait unbearable?
Not quite. I would say it's barely an inconvenience.
Sensors in the safe house
Okay.
indicate that Grizzleface is on the move.
There he is!
There he is.
Yeah.
Solid work, Murray. Now that the oil lights are exposed, Sly's all set up for a paragliding job off the lighthouse.
Now Sly's going to have to paraglide straight off the lighthouse to an outlying island to steal an eagle egg. Which is apparently, like, the cornerstone of our plan to cheat our way to victory. And yes, the Cooper gang are going to be cheating like you wouldn't believe. They're going to be cheating like English refs in the semifinals.
It went wrong.
As it should have, I mean. So that's not all we'll see Murray do in this chapter, but that's the last Murray-initiated mission for the chapter. So next, we're going to thermal ride with Sly. The first half of the mission's quite simple. The back half, I believe, gets a little complicated. Okay, that's the Lighthouse infiltration mission, which is actually really good and involves all three members of the Cooper gang. But we're not going to go for it just yet. Instead, we're going to climb our way up the lighthouse. Look out for icicles, of course, which are bound to hit me at least 2 or 3 times. So, Seth, what have you been playing in your downtime?
Still finishing Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton.
Probably easily on the back burner now that you've got Skyward Sword, right?
Yeah, of course.
And did you get the amiibo that was released with the game?
Nope, not yet.
Don't think Amiibo has released yet. Though.
Huh.
I saw
That's
that it
interesting.
releases on the 20th, I think. At least this one store in Croatia that I saw it.
Steal one of the eggs, and then bring it safely back to the safe house. We'll use it to direct the eagle's protective instincts against Busan.
Sure, sounds easy enough. Except for the part where I have to swim a half a mile through freezing water.
Why swim when you can paraglide?
So our plan is to steal an eagle's egg and plant it on Busan so that very protective eagle parents will attack him in the middle of the games.
Flame should give me some extra altitude.
Just make sure to
Fantastic.
stay out of the fire. Get too
Sounds like
close
nothing
and
could go
old
wrong.
Grizzleface will be eating
Oh, well, there's multiple events in the Lumberjack games, and we're going to cheat in practically all of them.
As is tradition.
Well, actually, yes, because as you'll see, Busan's going to be cheating as well. Which is strange, given that he's actually very, very good at all of these contests.
Is he though?
Well, yeah, he's like a 170-year-old expert lumberjack from the days when the lumber industry was booming. Again, just want to point out, it's kind of been in the background for much of this playthrough, but the Sly 2 soundtrack is very strong for a, like, mid-lifespan PS2 game. Definitely evokes the sense of location and kind of exoticism you would expect from an old-school espionage film. Really dig that. Again, though, man, these Aurora Borealis textures, they're not bad or anything, and I quite appreciate the fact that they're reflected in the water, but, whoa. Oh, shoot, the eagles can deal damage with their wings. I did not know that. I thought we just had to dodge the body. Never mind. But the texture for the Aurora Borealis itself is, not fantastic. Hope you guys are enjoying both the color and the atmosphere of Canada, because the last chapter's environment is not exactly brilliant.
Where are we going for the last chapter?
Technically Paris again.
Meh.
Emphasis on technically. Alright, now let's properly dodge some eagles.
Watch out for those eagles, they don't look friendly.
Alright, time for a nice little eagle slalom. And there we go, we've made it to the island. All we gotta do is clamber our way on up and collect the eagle's egg, and then of course make it back to shore with it.
Excellent job. If you could get that eagle egg back to the safe house, we'll be all set for the Lumberjack games.
Now all we have to do is platform our way back across, potentially while eagles attack us. I kind of forget. Safe house is right over there. Okie dokie. Be careful, the updrafts can actually hurt you close to the ground where they're still boiling hot.
Of course.
Well, they're emanating from ruptured oil mains, so that actually makes perfect sense. Next up, Lighthouse break-in time. I suppose, or wait, no, let's do Bentley's mission first. Boat hack. Also, goodness gracious, I have killed a lot of, like, flies and gnats over the past couple of days.
Yeah, I still remember during the recording of Creepypasta how many you were, like, just, like, swinging your hand
Yes!
everywhere.
Yeah, my home is not dirty in the least either. I mean, you've seen when I'm on screen. My living space is perfectly clean. I guess just the centipedes from last year had to call in some backup. I don't know. I think I've explained on stream before, yeah, like, unlike most of the units in my complex, mine is, like, on the ground floor and, like, right on the street, which is great. But that also means it's right next to, essentially, a small garden and a pile of mulch, which means insects everywhere.
If we can trust Murray's informant, that's the silo with the battery hidden inside.
To prepare it for travel, we'll have to drain off its northern light energy. By attaching a boat's grappling hook to the top of the silo, we should be able to deplete power from the
Cliff says sometimes things just get in and like it, whether it's dirty or not. Yeah, and most of what I've been dealing with are gnats, not flies, so I don't think it has to do with, like, you know, food or anything like that.
I'll climb on top of the silo and attach the hooks. How many grappling lines will it take to drain the battery?
3 should suffice. Once the first line's attached, Murray and I will commandeer another boat. You should stay
So,
in
we're
position.
going to hack boats to move them into position, and then use the grappling lines attached to each to, siphon energy out of the Northern Light battery. Oh god. Murray's going to have to throw us again. Fortunately, our target this time is a little bit wider than the lip of that platform on the water tower in Paris. Time for a little bit of good old-fashioned Canadian hacking, eh? Oh, these are enemies we've seen nowhere else before. Fairly resilient little mine layers that also try to ram us. Okie dokie. Ooh, that's a lot of them, too. We can bring them down, though. Just have to focus fire. Oof. Oof, that's a lot. Okay. And they continuously respawn, so let's just be evasive and pick away at this firewall as quick as we can. Now, since they only drop mines and cannot fire on us, as long as we dodge them and don't run smack into a mine, without destroying it at any rate, we should be fine. There we go. We're in.
Nice work hacking the autopilot. That boat's heading into position. I'm already on top of the silo.
Thank God this ancient whaling boat has an autopilot. Now it's time for us to fire the grappling hook, a la the hook we launched at the Peacock sign in Chapter 1. Few mechanics from Chapter 1 making a reappearance here, or from Chapter 1. Need to aim a little higher. Possibly too high.
A little bit.
No, there we go.
Hooks in place. You guys
Now
should
we're
have
draining
a
that
boat.
sweet Northern Light juice out of the battery. The idea being that we can then, hide inside of the battery itself, which is the size of a silo. Oh god, look at the sleeping posture the geese adopt. Oh lord. I think that one might already be dead. Jesus. Alright, Murray, chuck us on over there. Yeah, this... Aiming Murray in this mission is much easier than it was at the start of the game. Time for a little more hacky-hacky. Same basic idea, same basic map, just with more substance to the firewall and a few more turrets, I think. You know how these go. Usually when you have to hack multiple terminals in a single mission, you're going through progressively harder iterations of the same basic map, or structure at the very least. First one was pretty simple, really, so I suspect this one to be as well. Okay, so just the one turret here, and yeah, one more layer to the firewall. We can handle that. There we go. Just focus fire, focus fire. Notice we are completely ignoring the ads. They are nothing to worry about.
I don't want to go to work tomorrow. I mean, stay at home to work tomorrow.
It'd be easier if you were going to an office, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because then at least it wouldn't feel like work was invading your home.
Grapple line to go.
Yeah.
This thing will be on it.
I don't like my home being invaded.
Home office is the worst. Just the absolute worst.
Permanent home office, yes.
Is that effectively what
trade
you're
it-
on?
Yeah. If I could trade it for, like, I don't know, 2 days of office, 3 days of home office or something like that, I would be much happier.
Does your company have any plans to resume standard operations?
Not yet. Probably not
I was
until the
wondering
end
what
of
happened to
summer.
that guy. Guess he just
Alright, well,
watched me
that's
frozen.
not too far... Oh, God. Not too far off. There's the poor mammoth we froze, or defrosted, then immediately refrosted earlier in the chapter. Okay, one more time. Let's do this thing. We've got 4 turrets here. Which, you know, alright. Oh, and Seth, I think you were dealing with Beppo earlier when I mentioned it to Potato. Finished Ghost of Tsushima last night, and
Nice.
I found a skin for your blades, your katana, right? Because you can get all kinds of cool-looking patterns for scabbards and all that. Pretty well-hidden one called Sly Tanuki that had a blue and gold color scheme and a raccoon tail pattern sheath. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Love to see him referencing Sly, just reminding us that they didn't forget about him.
Interesting.
Even if Sony did.
Yeah.
Wonder how much of the Sly team is still with Sucker Punch. That's actually something that might bear looking into. After all these years, I wouldn't expect too many of them, right? Maybe some of the lead officers.
Yeah, probably.
And there we go. Just have to...
I mean, in tech, people usually don't tend to stay in one company for too long.
Mm-hmm. I think Bentley can actually use this little jetpack to burn enemies that are beneath him as he fires it off. Not like that's a significant use case, but it's there. Alright, let's get ready to drain the last of the juice out of the Northern Light battery. And then all we have to do is break into the Lighthouse, and we're ready for the Lumberjack games. A little more, There we go!
I did it. With the battery chamber empty, we'll be all set to move in.
Now we just have to make it back to the safe house and switch to Sly. I do appreciate that our boys have been getting some love this chapter. It's nice playing as the other members of the Cooper gang, which we'll get plenty more experience with in Game 3. They actually, I believe, make some serious strides toward making the gameplay disbursement pretty egalitarian between the 3 of them. Of course, we'll still be playing as Sly more than any other character, but Bentley and Murray get quite a bit more usage, and some far cooler abilities. Whoa, shoot. Bentley actually becomes pretty damn mobile by the end of the 3rd game.
Oh. Okay, that's weird for a turtle.
Murray doesn't, but Murray doesn't need to be. Oh,
No,
damn.
Murray's a
We got
tank.
mauled.
Aw.
Well, no, I take that back. Murray gets one really cool traversal ability. Again, lots of people think, at least according to Metacritic and other review aggregates, Sly 2 is the absolute pinnacle of the series, with 3 receiving very slightly lesser reviews on average, and 4 receiving less favorable reviews than that. But I actually, and I want to see how this opinion holds up, I distinctly recall liking 3 even more than 2, by a pretty considerable margin.
Oh, we'll see. I haven't played either, so can't say.
There's a few things about Sly 3 I'm sure you're really gonna like, Seth.
That lighthouse is the
I'm excited to see it.
collecting the northern lights. We need to shut it down, or the silo
That's the game where they destroy a bar after getting loaded.
Ah, nice.
for us to stow away inside.
So, you want me to go in there and bust the thing up? Sounds like work for Murray.
Actually, this job will require all 3 of our skills. The front door is locked, and you're the only one capable of climbing up to the hatch on top. Once inside, sneak down to the ground floor and let us in. We'll help
All right, see you on the ground floor.
Alright, time to climb this damn lighthouse one more time. Then we just have to sneak our way through the lighthouse to let the boys in, and they can do what they do best. Use the silhouettes here to keep an eye out for falling icicles. Once you ascend up to that level, I'm pretty sure you're too close to the structure for them to hurt you.
You've made it up to the hatch.
Down we go! Now we just have to make it to the bottom of the lighthouse and through a series of high-tech defensive measures. Oh, hold on, Busan speaking. Yeah, so Busan was just reminding his men to practice for the Lumberjack games. They've got to bring their A game to such exciting events as log chopping, ice wall climbing, and log rolling. Okay. Let's see. Whoop. What kind of guard do we have here? Oh no, that's just a spotlight. Oh, yikes! What the shit? Oh, sorry, y'all. That wasn't me. That was the game freaking out and throwing me into the shaft when I didn't intend for it to. That's all right. We got this. Okay, let's see. Nice and easy. Now, I think we had made it to the very base of the lighthouse before the controls freaked out on us. So, almost there. Yeah, there we go. We could just jump that spotlight pretty safely. Okie dokie. Oops, stay out of the line of sight of those spotlights. Now let's break all of these light bulbs for fun. Because I am a child and cannot help myself with colorful destructibles in the environment.
Smash that chair and let us in.
Well, hold on, Bentley. No need to get yourself all in a tizzy. We'll get round to it. Just killing some geese, you know, as you do. There we go. Now it's time for the others to work their magic.
Oh yeah.
Not quite that simple, Murray. I'll reverse the energy flow from the control computer while you lift the main circuit breaker. That should give Sly a short window of opportunity to climb up the power lines and overload the system from the top.
Up, down. They should put an elevator in this place.
Alright, so while the other two ease up on the lighthouse's defenses, we're going to have to climb this central shaft while dodging bolts of electricity running along individual ropes, like so, in order to reach the very top. Two ropes at a time will be electrified, and which will be electrified shall be telegraphed by a little red glow at the very base of the rope for just a quick second. It's not too bad at all. And just like that, we shut down Busan's Lighthouse Aurora Borealis gathering operation. Meaning it's time for the Canadian Lumberjack Games.
The Lumberjack Games are upon us.
Yay!
Now,
Canadian
despite
Lumberjack
Murray's study of
Games.
the log chopping guide, none of us are skilled enough to beat Jean Busan at his own game. So, though it pains me to say it, we'll have to cheat. Murray, you'll participate in the power log chopping competition. Get us a good score, and then let Busan up for his turn. While he's chopping, I'll sneak the eagle egg into his trousers, and the protective parents should disturb his axe swings. Sly, given your ascension skills, I've signed you up for the ice wall climb. We'll keep Busan from beating your score by pulling him off the wall with some nearby ground.
Yeah, we are going to cheat in an incredibly ostentatious manner.
I'll represent our team in the log rolling competition. With my knowledge of rotational mechanics, we're sure to get a stupendous score. Sly will be in charge of greasing Busan's logs, so he has no chance of beating it. If you guys are ready, I say we head out and show these meathead lumberjacks what we're made of.
Alright, are we ready to cheat like there's no tomorrow? Oh, we start this one off as Bentley, okay. Time for Operation Canada Games, or actually first, time to sell whatever loot we've gathered. Few nuggets and a necklace, alright. Let's do this thing.
Guys, let's head down there and win those talons from Jean Busan. Sly, try to keep a low profile when we get close. We don't want him to recognize you.
So yeah, we're just going to straight up approach the guy and ask to compete.
Excuse me, sir. We humble lumberjacks would like to participate in your lumberjack games.
Think you got what it takes to win the Clockwork Talons, eh? Well, I'm sure enough gonna let you play, so long as you pay the entry fee.
Much obliged, partner. We'll, just take our positions for the competition.
How on earth does he not recognize any of these guys?
Still got a chance. It's as close to winning as
Maybe your eyes start to go after about 150 years.
power chopping contest.
Alright,
Probably.
time for Murray to saw through a log.
But let him try.
Whoop whoop.
We also get an incredible, like, over-the-top sports montage backing track for this, this mission.
Watch and learn as
A perfect score!
I log without even breaking a sweat.
Now, we have to use Sly to creep around, behind Jean Busan, with the judges either not seeing or not caring, and plant the eagle egg on him so he'll get attacked and be unable to complete his chop. Oh no, wait, this is Bentley. Oh shoot. So, we've got to dodge angry eagle parents as we waddle our way across the ice. Seriously, this is the only time this music plays in the entire game, and it's fantastic. Man, Busan's sure taking his time, isn't he? You would expect the king of ancient Canadian lumberjacks to be, you know, just a little bit more efficient when it came to his logging. But I mean, you know, maybe he just needs the Clockwork Talons to do a decent job. Maybe he doesn't have what it takes. Unlike Murray.
I mean, we don't know what's going on. We're gonna have to check the logs later.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, and his own judges give him 6 goose eggs. But look, he can cheat too. Just by threatening the judges.
Intended to give me was perfect 10s, right? So your pink friend knows how to handle an axe. Let's see how you handle a vertical wall of ice.
Now all we gotta do is climb, son, climb.
Climb, Sly.
Oh, wait, those are electrified plates. Forgot about those. Not a component of the environment you would typically find on a wall of ice. Another perfect score. Now, we have to very subtly disrupt Busan's attempt by firing harpoons at him and dragging him off the ice wall. It's amazing. Okay, let's do this thing. Fortunately, Busan's a pretty big target. So hitting him is nowhere near as hard as getting that one hook to Sly in Chapter 1. There we go! Nothing wrong with that, right, judges? Yeah, there you go. But, of course, it's not that easy.
Pulled the wrong cards again. Did I ever tell any of you the story about the judge from last year's competition who mistakenly gave me a score other than 10?
So it looks like we're gonna have to up our cheating game.
Tied with only one event to go. Unfortunately for you, I've saved my best event for the last. The spinning log competition.
Okay, look.
All Bentley has to do is stay above the surface of the water. Each log will bob a little bit before sinking. There we go. Just have to run out the clock. No, no, no! Ooh! Barely made it. But, made it. All the same. We generally want to stay in the center as much as we can. That way we have multiple directions to head in most cases. Sorry, I'm not being too talkative or trenchant right now. But, now that that event is cleared... Yes. We're going to have to do something about the judges.
You're right, Marie. Those guys need to go. Okay, I'm just making...
So since the Cooper gang's done competing in their events, we're going to replace the judges.
Into that cave. Once inside, you two will knock them out and take their clothes.
Ingenious! When all three judges have been restrained, we'll be able to don our disguises
Not their fault.
and
Don't
take
replace
their
them.
place at the judges' table. Sly, you
It is
can
their
use
fault,
the
though.
alarm clock gadget
Yeah.
to distract the judges and lure them into
Probably the
game.
same ones that let England go to the finals.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, these judges are terrified about what the competitors will do to them if they don't give them good scores, so... They did just about destroy Great Britain in the aftermath of that loss, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. Well, Great Britain destroyed itself.
That's
yeah,
what I
that-
meant. Like the fans did.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, sure, it's just me, but isn't that silly?
Yeah, like, oh my god, they're the best team ever until they lose once, then, like, fuck their moms.
Not just that, but destroy the entire country.
Yeah.
It's just a game.
Why you have to be mad?
Gotta lure him in. There we go. Come on, cave. No, Judge, go to the cave. What the fuck? I swear that's never happened before. Come on, to the cave. Oh, but they saw us. Oh dear, I've never had that happen before. Usually if you get them, or as I remember it, you get them right in front of the cave, the next event will trigger. Luna asks, huh? What happened? Destroy the country? Apparently there was like a lot of rioting and destruction in the UK following their loss in the Euro Cup. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of fires, I want to say?
They also like straight up attacked the Italian fans after the game.
Ah, yes,
Oh,
of
yeah.
course.
Yeah.
Because that's good sportsmanship, you know. When you didn't even play in the game! You're just watching it! Oh, fuck. I mean, I know there's certain rituals that, like, college football teams, American football teams, have over here where, like, their fans will burn couches on lawns before games, but nothing like what we saw over in the UK. And frankly, who wouldn't want a couple burning couches in their neighborhood, right?
Yeah, of course.
That's what we call heated seating. Most folks pay extra for that in a car.
Yeah.
There we go. We now have our own goose.
Goose is loose.
There we go. Okay, goose number 2 has been replaced.
Ooh. Hey, Poppy.
Now all we have to do is do away with the third one. Although, all we really had to do was replace a single judge in order for this to work, since the Cooper gang have received perfect scores across the board. No, 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 no. Come on. For God's sake. Why is it not working? Come on. What the shit? We're gonna fail again because the detection for this is so weird.
There ever any question of my supremacy?
Eclipse says football just gets people to be weird. True.
Yeah, true.
I am sorry, guys. I do not remember this being so finicky.
If you could clean your own eyes, I wouldn't have to clean it for you. I know you're gonna be a good big cat and clean your own eyes. When? Yeah, you don't give a shit.
Oh, Lord! Eclipse says that's honestly how I felt replaying the old Legend of Spyro games. Yeah, I've heard they, despite, like, discounting the fact that they weren't what a lot of people were looking for to begin with, they've not held up too well on their own merits. Eclipse is so goddamn finicky in places I don't remember. Yeah. Now, to be fair, that's not been the case for Sly. Generally, Sly's been really, really good. But there we go. I don't get, though, how does Busan win if even one of his original judges is still in place? Like, our guys are going to give him low scores anyway, so... Alright. Now we have, Murray the goose in position. This does help now that I know I can lure them across 2 platforms at once. And now 1 for Sly. Alrighty. Ah, nothing wrong here at all.
What? I thought I warned you judges about the consequences for incorrect scores. Wait a second. You aren't the judges I hired. It's the scrawny raccoon and his annoying friends. Well, if you want the talent, then why don't...
The problem here is Jean Bison's really strong. And manages to incapacitate all 3 members of the gang with a single attack.
Oh, my aching head.
So not only have we been captured, but things actually got really, really bad while we were out.
Hurry!
I'm awake, but not so loud. I have a splitting headache.
Where are we? What's going on?
This looks like the sawmill control room. Busan must have thrown us in here for interrogation later. I, for one, would like to escape before he returns.
It looks like we're pretty well sealed in here. Unless
Unless what?
you can fit through that hole.
I think I could squeeze through there. I'll drop down and try to free you.
Now, as I mentioned in our last stream, it's up to Bentley, physically the weakest, slowest, least able member of the Cooper gang, to bring down Jean Bisson in the best boss fight of the game.
Try prying open that steel door. Given enough time, I might be able to make some...
Bentley's gonna apply just a little bit of his intellect to this and give us a very memorable little battle.
Plan. Good luck, Bentley, and remember to shout if I can help you from up here.
Bentley, you okay? I can't see you from in here, but I heard the fall.
I'll be fine. Just give me a moment to catch my breath.
Well now, Candy Britches.
I'll come back,
I should have
Potato.
figured a puny turtle like you'd find a rat hole to squirm through.
Well, I just dropped my glasses, had to come pick them up.
I ain't like you, boy. I ain't stupid. When y'all were unconscious, me and my boys paid a visit to your hideout and found all them clockwork parts.
Yeah, so Busan stole all of our clockwork parts back and handed them all over to Arpeggio, so he has the entire bird now.
I even threw in the talons.
You stole all the clockwork.
Oh no.
Yay! Bird!
So everything we've done up to this point is now totally pointless.
Nice.
Fine points of commerce.
That's exactly how you want to feel after doing all of
Stupid
that
to know a
work.
woodcutter from a woodchuck.
That's it. Time I showed you just how stupid we turtles really are. Slide on my command.
Busan also seems to have some weird prejudice against turtles.
On guard.
Okay, Walnut. Get ready for a smushing.
Call out which lever I should...
So yeah, this is how this fight works. We use the face buttons to signal Sly to activate the various features of the sawmill and use them against Busan, since Bentley couldn't do jack to him on his own.
Okay.
So we've got saws,
Blades.
10-4.
we got flames,
Come on in.
we've got hanging logs we can drop. He's got help, but trust me, it's not gonna matter. Because while our attacks can, or the sawmill, can injure Busan, it instantly kills any guards that happen to transgress any of its traps. Oh, shoot. Radii. Unfortunately, it also does a real number on Bentley. Let's grab the health. There we go.
Sizzle his gizzle.
Yep,
Lots away.
there you go.
Just have to make sure that when you activate a trap, you aren't standing near one of its areas of effect. The saws are far and away the most situational of the light. Oh, good. Now he's going to start throwing TNT at us.
Blades.
How's that?
Saws.
Uh-huh.
Lots away. Blades.
There we are.
On it.
Fortunately, Busan is stunned after every
Bam!
hit.
Saw blades.
There we go. Now the saws are pretty useful.
Fire up.
Okay.
Oh, Lord. Again, though, Bentley's dealing all this damage without laying a finger on the boss.
Saws.
Bentley, the man. I mean, the turtle.
He sure is.
Flame 'em.
10-4.
Good thing Busan's guards are dropping a little bit of health for us.
Blades. Blades.
On it.
Saws.
Yep.
There we go, that got him. One more hit ought to do it.
Sizzle his gizzle.
Oh, come on. Oh, fine, we'll get him with the logs. The forest's revenge. There we go, and he's down.
Tarnation. I've been done in by some four-eyed turtle.
Nice. You logged him out.
Well done, Potato.
No, well done, Brady.
Good job.
And we've lost all of our clockwork parts, but we've made it out of Canada alive. A great feat.
Opening that door, Murray.
Thanks.
It would be better if you made it out of Australia alive, then I would be impressed.
No, it's
Just
most
wait.
impressive
Just
if you
wait,
get out of
Seth.
America alive.
Okay, enough
Oh, we've already done that. We managed to escape the mean streets of Utah in one piece.
We need to get onto that blip.
The silo battery isn't far. If we run, we can make it.
Enough talk. Let's
So yeah, now, in order to get all the clockwork parts and prevent Arpeggio from using them for something horrible, we're going to have to make it to the Northern Light battery in time to stow away. So our final chapter is going to take place on Arpeggio's massive Da Vincian airship as it heads into aerospace over Paris. Now, that sounds like a really cool concept for a stage, right? Inspired by, like, Renaissance-era, like, really fantastical technology. It's not. It actually looks very dull, which is quite disappointing. And with that, Chapter 7 is in the bag. We have a cutscene.
As we shut ourselves into the Northern Light battery, it became black. For a few long minutes, we just sat there in darkness. No one dared to talk for fear that Jean Busan's men might discover where we were hiding. Time seemed to have stopped. And then, we felt it. We were being lifted up toward
There's the airship.
It was all so strange. The focus of all our schemes had been stolen from us. Our clockwork parts were gone. Looking around the inside of the battery, I knew we all felt it. Failure. I was twitchy and ready for action. Any action. Bentley tried to make some sense of the situation by drawing up meaningless plans. But Murray took it the worst. He just sat there sobbing while the team van floated away over the horizon. That van was his life.
Yeah, Murray
I knew
lost
I'd
the
have to find a
van.
way to make it
Aw.
up to him.
Alright, so we're gonna take a quick break so I can grab a drink, but get ready for Chapter 8, Anatomy for Disaster, which, oh god, the joke potential there. We'll be right back.
Oh, I'm feeling a bit chilly. As in cold, not chili con carne.
Alrighty, and back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. So, let's tuck into who aesthetically is my favorite member of the Claw Gang, Arpeggio. Who, I'll tell you, Seth and Potato, since you're listening on Discord, and I am completely incapable of somehow sharing audio with you. I apologize. Or can I? Hold on. In Streamlabs, is there anything I could do to maybe share this to Discord really quickly? Like the audio?
No idea.
I don't think so, but we can see, we can hear it now on stream.
Alright, because I was about to say
I just turn on the music.
we get a quick little briefing on Arpeggio, whose character is delightful.
There we were, heading east across the Atlantic Ocean, stowaways on a giant airborne fortress. Though time was short, we made sure to study up on our unknowing host, Arpeggio. While attending a prestigious boarding school, the young Arpeggio excelled in all subjects, but he never managed to keep up with the other boys physically. Sadly, his wings, due to their small size, were useless for flight. Furious at his feeble body, he focused his powerful mind to search for a cure in the works of the Italian Renaissance masters. Their notebooks provided the springboard for this sinister young genius, and it wasn't long before the Claw Gang took him on as chief inventor. His talents must have been at work repurposing all the clockwork parts for their criminal schemes, and now this mastermind is in possession of all the parts. It's only a matter of time before he puts them back together, and when that happens, well, I'm not gonna let that happen.
Alright, let's do this thing. The end of Sly Cooper 2.
Basically, Arpeggio is Da Vinci of
Yes.
his group.
Yes, he used Da Vinci's designs to create machinery that would allow him to fly. And also augment his otherwise somewhat underwhelming physicality. His guards, there's only really two types of them. You can see one of them, his flashlight guard, lumbering around in the background, are toucans that use advanced machinery like jetpacks and really rough-shod combat walker frames to fly or hover around. Now, I know what you're thinking. Visually, this stage doesn't look half bad, right? If a little threadbare.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this stage... Well, fortunately, I should say. This stage does have a lot of those, instances, those mission-specific interior, segments that I love so much. Unfortunately, they're all really bland-looking. And as much as we like Arpeggio, there's one little issue with the way he's handled in this game that makes this chapter very underwhelming. Well, let's go ahead and get started. There are clue bottles here, but I'm actually going to forgo their collection for now, because instead I do want to finish this game on stream today, so that hopefully we can play the first couple of stages of Sly 3 before we have to call it.
Oh.
The coins here are emblazoned with Arpeggio's personal icon, an A, a very ornate-looking capital A. And again, I will say, I like the overworld for what it is, this kind of... Oh yeah, there's also these metallic eggs that hatch defense drones. They go down in a single strike, no worries. But I do like this kind of very spindly-looking, almost minimalist, Da Vincian airship that the chapter is set on. I appreciate how kind of... Well, again, thin and graceful its design is. This isn't bulky in the least. It's also, for something that's ostensibly a blimp or an airship, almost exclusively open air, and supported by a number of balloons that support various larger structures. Like, again, the overall design here, while absolutely unfeasible in the real world, is very cool.
Yeah, definitely.
There's these slowly tilting rotors that we can walk across. As far as the exterior design goes, as I said, not half bad. Not my favorite setting in the game, but perfectly serviceable. But as per usual, we're going to start things out by infiltrating and surveilling Arpeggio's personal quarters, which, in this case, are located in one particular dirigible out of this little flotilla.
Sorry for the random Beppo noises, now he's arguing with his shadow.
Oh, no worries. I can't hear him, actually.
Me neither.
Who's winning the argument? I should ask.
I think it's his shadow.
I was about to say. Alright, let's infiltrate Arpeggio's personal blimp, which is right over there. Blimp HQ Recon, let's go.
Have picked up large magnetic fields radiating from inside that blimp. If Arpeggio's already started reassembling clockwork, that's where you'll find it.
Sounds good. I'm on my way.
Don't waste any time here, Slide. Get to the blimp and take some recon photos. To build a plan, we need to know how close they are to reviving clockwork.
Relax, Bentley. I've got it under control.
So you can understand why Arpeggio would want to rebuild Clockwork, yeah?
Yeah.
He'd basically get a massive, borderline invulnerable, airborne mech suit all for himself.
Because he wants to fly.
He wants to be better at flight than anyone else ever has been, because he's overcompensating, you see.
Of course. It's a good thing that he didn't have the smallest penis in the entire group.
I was about to say, this game would have a very different plot if that were the case.
Yeah.
I don't want to be, like, dismantling cockwork, thank you.
I had no idea they could reassemble clockwork so fast.
There you go, there's your joke of the stream.
In one piece, but he doesn't appear to be, you know, alive.
And yeah, it looks like they've completely reconstructed Clockwork already.
You're right. We need to be informed to create a plan of action. Try to get a shot of Clockwork's head, a mech egg, and one of those spinning magnetic inducers. They seem important to the procedure, but stay away from the guards. If you get detected, we won't have time for a second chance.
Something interesting about this chapter, it is the only final chapter in the entire Sly Cooper franchise that is not completely linear, with the player being funneled into one set of, one mission after the other along a pre-selected path, and with an actual open-world, explorable, region as well. Make use of these trampolines here. Let's just platform along our old enemy, who looks none the worse for wear after being dropped into lava, having his head blown off, and also being shot about 30,000 times.
The flesh one.
Made tough. Clockwork tough. Let's get a photo of those mech eggs. Ah, we'd have to get a bit closer. Okie dokie. One of the inducers, then? Or the electro platforms? Oh, damn it. Yeah, so these platforms spinning around the chamber are the bane of my existence in this mission. Object is not hidden, we've got it! There we go.
Inducers seem to be holding the clockwork parts together.
Yeah, so these platforms are essentially gigantic magnets, ensuring that the clockwork skeleton is held together properly. Now we needed to get a shot of the old bird's head. Arpeggio himself is in the office over there with Captain Neela, who is still in this game, for reasons.
Alright, remember her?
Clockwork appears completely inanimate. We still might have a chance.
So one thing I really like about Arpeggio's character design, let me see if I can get you a good shot of him, is that He travels in this really ornate-looking walker that is essentially a mobile steampunk palanquin. Very, very fancy. Kind of looks like an opera box, doesn't it? Like a spectator's box.
But yeah.
Opera box, listen to me. Yes, I'm a teacher. Jesus Christ.
Wait, what did you say yesterday? I completely forgot.
I just reiterated some adjective or another.
Perceivable perception or something like that.
Yeah, perceived perception.
They can't all be winners, friends. My job is making poop jokes about Cyberpunk 2077 on the internet, okay? That's what my work has reduced me to.
I'm detecting voices from the front of the blimp. I think it's Arpeggio.
Now we have to go eavesdrop on Arpeggio and Neela. Alright. Back to the front of the blimp. I do like these adorable little toucan guards walking on miniature stilts in their mech suits. Or their tech harnesses. Look at them. We'll have to pick their pockets later. They're already glowing for whatever reason.
Neela? Neela's here too.
Oh, we've got to grab some photos of them really quickly.
I can't believe it. She must have been working with Arpeggio all along.
Oh, do we have to grab a photo of him through the pink tinted door for whatever reason? Okay.
There he is, the mastermind behind this blimp and the source of all our problems. I don't need to study those photos to see the writing on the wall. Clearly, Neela and Arpeggio have conspired together to rebuild Clockwork, and it looks like they're dangerously close to realizing their goal.
Look, Bentley, I know it's not your style, but I need a quick plan of attack. Try to think of a way, any way, to stop Clockwork from getting reassembled.
Well, those magnetic inducers seem to be holding the parts together. If you reverse their polarity, it should pull Clockwork apart. Unfortunately, the inducer speed control station is locked down tight. Pickpocket keys for the 4 patrolling guards to get at it. Then you'll need to manually reverse the polarity.
Yep, so all we gotta do is pick some pockets, slow down the rotation of those platforms, and interact with a little console affixed to each. That's honestly not too bad. Oh look, they've got some drugs laid out on the table over here. Nice, nice. Really helps get those creative juices flowing, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Let's remember to take each guard off the board as soon as we pick their pocket. Just eliminates the chance of us getting into a firefight we can't finish. There we are. Man, does anybody still remember Biomutant?
Sounds familiar.
That was a major, much anticipated AAA game this year that went absolutely nowhere, wasn't it?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Hey, Exit, good evening. He says yes.
I don't remember hearing about it much since it came out.
Yeah, apparently it's...
At all.
It wasn't bad, it was just very mediocre, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh.
But hey, the Sly Team gave us a great open world game. Exit says yes, because it's boring. If you want something like that, man, just play Ghost of Tsushima instead. It's 1,000 times better. There's like some issues I, as a quote-unquote scholar of culture, could take with the way the Mongols are depicted, but it's a good time, overall. Exit says, my PS4 is covered in so much dust, I have trouble finding it. Well, maybe the dust should
Try
exit.
cleaning it. Oh
Get-
god. Nice.
Maybe you should request that the dust exits the room.
Just get a rag, get some pledge. Or the local equivalent.
Why?
So you can not only dust that thing to a, like, shining polish, but also so it'll smell vaguely of citrus and pea for a couple days afterward.
Citrus and pea, my favorite scent.
My favorite cocktail.
Oh.
Exit says, potato sound is so low I could barely hear his shit jokes. Jesus Christ!
How's this?
I've almost maxed out the Discord volume for my
I
co-commentators.
think my microphone might have been a bit too far away.
Alright.
Yeah. He needs to give it a nice blow. So it starts recognizing the volume again.
Just one more,
No,
two.
Exit, my jokes are still shit. If you're gonna insult me, you know, be grammatically correct.
I wasn't going to point it out, but...
That Exit was just trying to be gangsta, you know?
Lena asks, so he sucks or he blows? Oh dear. Oh! We just dropped Clockwork. Nice. Have a look at this cutscene. This is one of the reasons why I hate this chapter.
Reversed.
Shut up, potato!
By Jove, it seems we've locked the clockwork box into place.
So we somehow finished the reassembly of Clockwork rather than destroying it. Great job.
Sly Cooper! Of course this would be your doing.
Ah, Mr. Cooper. No doubt you believed a reversal would pull the old bird apart, eh? But it seems to have had quite the opposite effect. I'm truly grateful. When fully powered up...
Exit, why are you talking to a root vegetable? Are you hearing voices again?
All this because you can't fly. You're pathetic.
Immortality. Immortality is what I
Oh wait, now he doesn't just want to fly, he wants to live forever, of course.
Oh.
They were satisfied using the clockwork parts.
Look at his adorable little wings, though.
Schemes, but not me.
He's even sitting on a swing! Look at that! It's like a bird cage.
The keys to life eternal.
So, what? You had Neela put me on the scent back in Cairo, and then waited while I stole the parts from the other Claw Gang members. All the while not arousing any suspicion that you were behind it all?
You make it sound easy, Cooper. I had to carry your pathetic gang through that first set of heists. I was overjoyed when Arpeggio let me toss you in jail. I could finally go after the parts myself.
Ah, but acquiring all the parts was only half the equation. Think, Cooper. What kept Clockwork alive for thousands of years?
He was fueled by his hatred for my family.
Splendid. That's right. Hatred. Putting his gears and wires together was child's play, compared with accumulating that much hatred.
You can't make people hate.
Oh, my poor naive boy.
Listen to this plan, it's amazing.
And away, as your hippopotamus
Oh, those
grows.
mustache is.
Spice consumption makes you both angry and susceptible to hypnosis. The Contessa, hypnotist extraordinaire, devised a way to command people through the use of flashing lights. I've created this blimp to be a massive transmitter of those precise light frequencies. The only problem I faced was finding a suitable source of light waves.
The Northern Lights. You've been collecting Northern Light energy so you could hypnotize everyone beneath the blimp.
Ah, hypnotize those who've eaten food covered in illegal spice. Thank goodness for Dimitri. Through his nightclub, he got the whole city to consume the spice.
You're going to Paris to unleash a hypnotic light show of hate. That's outlandishly...
So, yeah, he's going to use all of the drugs that Dimitri, like, dispensed throughout Paris to drive people insane and, like, frothing mad with rage, so that he can then somehow extract all of that hatred and,
Stupid Arpeggio
put it into a hate chip that will allow him to live forever, because, yeah.
Hate chip?
Yeah, the hate chip.
Pretty sure hate chip should make you, like, live shorter. I don't think
But-
hating is very healthy.
Apparently it's the only thing that kept Clockwork alive. But Neela double-crossed him, and Arpeggio is now dead.
Oh.
Yeah, no, the really cool villain with a unique concept lasts one mission in his own chapter.
Aww.
And now Neela's just going to be piloting the Clockwork suit, or now Clockla, around the compound for the remainder of the chapter. And she's our villain. Pretty flat character overall, not my thing. So yeah, had a cool villain, lost him right off the bat. Great.
As we all know, things are looking grim. Neela has joined herself to the Clockwork frame, and the Union has produced Clockla. She's out and free to terrorize the world. This blimp is still in motion to Paris. I can only assume Arpeggio's autopilot will.
Yeah, I'm with Luna. Boo. Yeah, this sucks. This sucks.
Boo.
There'll be no stopping Clockla.
Boo.
Immortal.
Boo.
But we still have a chance. In her new form, she'll need to draw a lot of energy from this blimp's engines to.
So we're going to cut the flow of energy that Clockla is extracting from the blimp's engines.
To a state in which we can attack.
This means we're going to destroy each of the dirigible's engines in unique missions.
Together in perfect harmony. We've pulled off some tough jobs in the past.
Problem, all of the engine rooms look almost identical, even though they play very differently. Okay, let's do this, y'all. One little tiny thing I'll point out to give this chapter a bit of credit. Now that Clockla is free, we can actually see her and hear her circling around the overworld. Let's see if we can't find her. Yeah, see, there she is. That's pretty cool, right? And she has spotlights projected from her claws, which will allow her to open fire on you if you're immediately beneath her, I think. Now, let's start with the worst mission first, as always, the Charge TNT Run, which is going to see us walking a volatile barrel of explosives very slowly all the way across the map. Not gonna lie, this kind of sucks. Also want to be careful on these relatively open flight decks, because they are crawling with guards. Also, Arpeggio's guards are still perfectly happy to defend Clockla, despite the fact that their boss has just been murdered.
Well, obviously he's not gonna pay them, so they have to find someone else.
Alright. So we're going to have to run a barrel from, like, all the way down here up to that engine room.
I hope you're carrying some heavy explosives, Bentley, because that engine isn't small.
It just so happens that there's a ready supply of explosives already available on the blimp. Walk one of these TNT barrels up to that engine room to destroy it.
Sounds easy enough. What's the catch?
The initial payload in that TNT barrel won't be...
Oh, right, I forgot about this bit, too. We also have to pick up additional bombs from specific locations around the map.
No.
All while staying inside the same barrel.
Get close to the chargers, and they'll automatically attach to your barrel.
All right, let's blow stuff up.
Okay, let's do this. Real quick, let's grab the clue bottle, because, why not? And dispatch the flashlight guards to make life just a little bit easier. Love the little stilts that the flashlight guards stand on. Okay, so let's grab our barrel. Boom. Slowly waddle our way on over to our first charger. Just FYI, I'm pretty sure the vault here is in one of the engine rooms. Not like it matters right now, but just in case you're wondering. There's charger number 1. There's charger number 2. And number 3. Oh no! Oh shit! Flashlight guard saw us and I didn't even see the beam from its spotlight. Like I said, this mission gets a little tedious. Oh, but they do let us start with the same number of chargers we had collected. That's kind of nice. The other engine room missions are okay. As I said, the setting isn't exactly the most thrilling, but they are perfectly sound ultimate platforming courses. Oh, shit! That force us to play as each potential combination of 2 characters. Eclipse says, it's been so stuffy today. Really?
What does it mean, stuffy?
Like, hot and humid, kind of muggy.
Hard to breathe.
Okay.
It's made harder, of course, by the fact that we can't really jump. Yeah, Eclipse says, you know those days it's so humid it makes you itch. Yep, sure do.
Yeah.
They're very common in Tennessee.
Oh, here it's been cold again. It's been raining in the morning and then in the afternoon finally it became sunny. Tomorrow is gonna be a nice sunbathing day.
I can appreciate the cold. Luna says every day here. Yeah, most of the time in Middle Tennessee, too. Winter isn't really a thing here, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I suppose, depending on your personal preferences in terms of climate. I like things nice and cold and snowy and icy.
I don't like it icy. I don't like walking around like a penguin. It hurts my butt.
Oh, like I told you, I slipped and fell on ice slid clear across the street back when we had that little flash freeze. It was great.
Oh yeah.
Flip says, I like things cool and crisp. Ah, like a nice salad. That salad weather. Hashtag salad weather. What we're gonna have to do is waddle our way on over to this trampoline.
Waddle.
Which does not bounce us up, rather, look, it very gentlemanly just lifts us up.
Very gentlemanly.
This only happens if you interact with this one platform while in a barrel. It's a context-specific action. Far better than the context-specific actions in Conquer, just FYI.
Oh yeah, of course.
Because in that game you would, I don't know, Conquer would just like puke on the trampoline platform. Something else about that game that really caught my ire, about the humor, you know. Oh, of course they turned around immediately and saw me. God fucking damn it! Like I said, guys, this one's really tedious. Ugh. Is so much of the humor in Conquer, and this is kind of the thing I have against shows like South Park as well, is, or at least it felt to me, very mean-spirited. In addition to being juvenile, you know? Did you get that feeling as well, Seth?
Yeah.
Like, and I mean, it's probably not true, but you thought, oh, whoever wrote this, they were assholes. Okay, we're almost there. All we gotta do is get past this one little platform with like 3 or 4 flashlight guards on it. Come on. Come on. Take your time. Oh, Lord! Like I said, not the hardest mission in the game, but it just takes so fucking long to get from point A to point B. And they have you going across the entire map like this. You may notice I try to move in a lot of scenarios where it's not necessarily the safest. One of the reasons for that is because if a guard happens to make contact with the barrel while you're inside, they will detect you and then attack you. Exit says, I call shenanigans. Yeah, the Arpeggio's guards are really twitchy. I do think they're slightly different, very slightly different AI for guards, depending on like what stage of the game you're at. Alright, where the hell do you go in this patrol cycle? Oh, straight towards me, right. Of course. And you'll notice there's lots of really thin pathways here, so it's not exactly like we have anywhere to go but back if a flashlight guard's headed in our direction. I mean, I get it, it's effectively the last quote-unquote stealth-oriented mission in the game, so they wanted something a little intensive, but this is less intense and more just kind of tedious, if I'm being honest. Run. Just run for it. Oh my god, run for it. Gotta be careful that we don't get pegged by clockless spotlights, though. Okay, now we have to cross a few more platforms and sneak across one of the rotors while still in the barrel to reach the engine room. Can we do it? Who knows me? Did the flashlight guards just vanish? They only spawned for that particular wing of the mission? That's a little weird. Alright, no complaints that they're gone, though. So we just have to wait for the rotor to turn. Just enough for us to be able to creep across. Almost there. This should do it, yeah. We should make it in time. Yep, nice. Now watch out for our good friend, of course, the flashlight guard. We have to ride this platform up to the roof of the engine room, and now we can blow it sky high and say goodbye to this mission. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
That should be the last time anyone puts that engine to use.
That's 1 engine down, 3 to go. And then I'm pretty sure it's just more or less straight on to a sequence of missions that comprise the final battles. So let's head on over to the Sly Bentley Conspire. So the way this mission will work, the way all of these work, is the first character whose name is listed in the mission title will be in charge of breaking into or creating an opening into the engine room, whereas the second character will actually navigate through. So this one will see Bentley shut down an engine after Sly finds a way in.
Happy to have you along, Bentley. What do you need me to do?
Pickpocket the guard's keys to the engine room. Once you've got the door open, I'll take over.
Yep, so Sly just has to do one last little bit of theft.
It's not gonna take me long to lighten these guys of their keys.
How many of them are there? 5 keys. 5 keys to the engine room. Oh, goodness. They are much easier to get than those chargers, however. So we got that, and now it looks like 2 more of them are on the lower levels, while 2 are on the upper levels. Alright. We can handle that. Just grab that, why not? This one should be pretty easy to nab. Oof, almost ran smack into his butt. That would have been bad. Just threw him straight into the rotor. Yay! That's a Murray move. Ah, we're gonna have to distract this one. Hexed-ass shit hit the fan. Indeed, indeed, exactly.
Yep.
Alright, let's try luring them right over here. Yep, looks like we got him. And a friend, unfortunately, so let's just pick that pocket. There we go. Whoa. Oh, shoot. That attack lasts a bit longer than I thought. I'm not overly familiar with the enemies in this chapter, given that we won't be fighting them all that much. At least not head-on. Where are our last 2 keys? Okay, there's one over there. That is heading our way. Kinda, sorta. 1, 2, 3. And just one more. Up near that engine room we just blew to high heaven. So, back up we go. Avoiding the spotlights, of course, which are all over the place around here. Unfortunately, we don't have to waddle our way up to the engine rooms this time. We can just climb. Like a civilized thief. Still have to wait for the rotors to turn just enough to allow us across, though. Unless we shimmied along those pipes or those rails. That might have been a better idea, actually. How are y'all doing? What y'all up to?
I am buying cat litter.
Ah, lovely.
Yeah.
I'm playing World of Warcraft.
Whoa, how's that going, Potato?
It's going okay. I'm just doing some quests.
Not very good, or?
No, it's fine. I just need to get into it again.
Don't go too deep in, though. It'll get you.
No, don't you worry about it.
It'll get that wallet.
No, the money's the least of the issue. It's just the monthly sub. The problem is the time.
Oh, I know. I know.
You can be doing literally anything else. It would be more productive.
Even somehow playing any other MMO, right?
Yeah. Kind of, yeah.
We don't know how, but we've conducted experiments, and somehow binge-watching Guy Fieri shows is more productive.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Combat drones, they can do absolutely nothing to us. So let's crack this sucker on open and turn things over to Bentley. It says Guy Fieri brings the flavor. Yes, but oftentimes we end up asking him if he would be kind enough to take it back. Apparently he's really good at, like, chicken and, like, general deep frying recipes. Not so great at a lot of other things. Which I would believe.
Trash can diving as well.
Mhm.
But still, you know, better to go to Flavor Town than to Blight Town.
Sure. Blight Town was like the prototype. It's where all of his failed creations, all of his, like, scrapped menu items were banished to. So all we have to do is use our sleep darts to destroy each set of bulbs in sequence. If we shatter a bulb other than the one connected to the then exposed node that we reveal after shooting one bulb, so like its partner, in sequence, we will take quite a bit of damage, or maybe instantly die. I forget which. Let's not learn. It says Blightdown is for people that have no taste buds, or nose, or eyes. Yeah, or those who stubbornly insist that somehow Dark Souls 1 has the best level design in the franchise, which is just shenanigans. Even though it itself isn't the worst designed level in the world. There we go. We've cut the power to the lower level. Time to ascend to stage 2 of the engine room and blow it sky high. All we have to do is bomb each of these nodes. Do they each take 2 bombs, or just 1? Oh, just 1, and all we have to do is dodge the combat drones, which are absolutely nothing, and even Bentley can dispatch with a single melee attack. Yeah, well, nothing to this. Easy, easy. And like I said, these missions aren't bad, they're just kind of plain for the last chapter in the game, right? And I'm sure you can see what I meant when I said they're not the most visually appealing sights in the game. Alright, half the engines to the dirigible have been disabled. Alright, Exit, we'll see you soon, man.
Okie doke.
Clearly, nothing bad could happen from us disabling all of this structure's engines at once. Now I think it might be time for Bentley to open up an engine room for Murray, I think? Yes, and this is the only time in the game, I think, after these missions where you are given control of a character in the open world who you were not controlling prior to the mission. Oh, for God's sakes, Bentley. Or for God's sakes, Rotor, I guess I should say. So easy to get the two confused.
Yeah, of course.
Bentley, jet turbines, you know, same thing.
Mm.
Oh, that jetpack actually is coming in handy down here. All we gotta do is get over there. Yeah, there we go. These guards fall asleep just like any other and detonate even better, I would say. Okay. Time for Bentley and Murray to team up, meaning there's gonna be a whole lot of destruction.
I won't lie to you, Murray. This is going to be a tough job that requires both our skills.
My skills? Okay, Bentley, if you say so.
First, I'll need to hack the stations controlling access to the engine room. Then, Murray, you'll need to head inside and use your muscle to finish the job.
The Murray will be ready to go.
Alright, so we've got to hack 3 terminals. You know how this goes by now. Oh, and we have to hack them in order, in sequence. So I guess once again we'll be running through 3 variants of the same basic map, made progressively harder as we advance. Okie dokie.
Easy peasy.
We can do this. Alright, last chapter. Last hacking sequences too, I think. What you got for it? Oh, no. Fortunately, our shots now ricochet. They didn't previously, but they do here, mainly to help us defend ourselves against these massive rapid-fire turrets. Nasty business, y'all. As you would expect, Arpeggio has top-notch cybersecurity.
Of course.
It really is a shame we didn't get to see more of him, because again, very promising concept there, I think. And instead we have the kind of pointless rival character just usurp him at the last minute. It's like Virgil, but like, awful. Virgil, at least, was cool, and had some top-notch fights. There we go. And we're in. Two more. And then, sorry, I take that back. After all this, I think we have one more mission, one more standard mission. Then it's time to take the fight to Klakla. And I will say, even though the final boss of the first game was totally functional, totally passable in terms of what you could expect from an action platformer at the time, and suitably climactic in its atmosphere, this game does give us a much better, more comprehensive final boss fight. So that's something it's got going for it in this rather maudlin last chapter. It's a minor thing, but I also do like the wind currents you can see billowing around the airship convoy as it advances to Paris. Again, it's a shame because I really like the color palette here. The bright, soft yellow glows of the dirigibles, the purples and indigos of the sky. Just wish it was, you know, part of a chapter that had a little bit more environmental variety. Notice every single one of these missions seems to be bringing us back to the engine room we detonated with the TNT.
Yep.
It's another aspect of the chapter I'm not really fond of. I don't know if you guys are picking up on it, but it does feel like, much like Rajan's second chapter, so chapter 3 with the temple, we're just getting the runaround a whole lot here.
Yeah.
Like, head across the airship, now head all the way back, now head back to the original destination, now head back. It's not the best way to incentivize exploration at the end of your game, I don't think. Notice we're getting a lot of clue bottles just by roaming around, though. That's something.
Alright. Shopping for the pets is done. I am 150 euros lighter.
Ooh, Lord. I hope all of that wasn't just a kitty litter.
No, it was 40 liters of kitty litter, so like a big box.
Yeah.
I got, for Beppo, I got some cooked food.
Oh, nice.
And I got him, IETA approved carry bag for the airplane transport. So he can come with me to Croatia.
Oh, nice. Exit asked, how did your matches in Rogue Squadron go, Seth?
Matches in Rogue pretty good. Actually, mostly I'm winning so far.
I was about to say, do we mean Rogue Company or what have you? Because Rogue Squadron, those were really cool Star Wars games back in the day, right? Those,
we are just
flight
messing
combat
with the
games?
name, like every time is
Ah.
a different name, so...
I was about to say.
Yeah.
I had one of the Rogue Squadron games as a kid, loved it.
Oh, okay.
It was great getting to fly Imperial spacecraft. Very powerful, but usually very frail. If you wanted to go like challenge mode, you could play through all of the game's missions arcade style in a TIE fighter.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, we hit the mark for Poppy's surgery.
Oh, lovely! Congratulations!
Yeah. Yeah. We were missing about 30 euros at the end of the stream, and a friend of mine donated the last...
Oh, how wonderful.
The last 30 euros. Yeah. Exit, I unlocked Switchblade. And I like playing with her, just
Nintendo Switch.
floating up. Yes, Nintendo Switchblade.
These are enemies we've not seen before. Fairly bulky mobile turrets. Alright, nothing we can't handle with a little bit of the old ricochet, though. Oh, and this is a totally different map. My. We're going to have to keep them all at bay, though. God's sakes, they're durable. There we are! And... sorry. We're in. Now it's Murray's turn to break an engine. How do you think this is going to work?
Pal, looks like you'll need to lift all those giant cylinders. Once they're locked in the upper
So
position,
Murray's gonna have to lift these cylinders to get them up into position and unplug them, basically.
heads up, pal. You've got company.
While constantly being attacked by toucans, of course. Time for him to do what he does best.
Destroy stuff, kill people.
Both. Why choose one when you can have both?
All of it!
Yeah, exit says violently. Of course! Of course! Luda says murder. Yep. Behold, the Murray, ladies and gentlemen.
Putting the mur in murder.
We unlocked an ability for him early on that causes anything and anyone he throws to violently explode on impact. And would you believe that Murray only becomes more destructive with time?
Of course, he gets a taste for blood, he doesn't know how to stop.
It says putting the fun in fundamentalism. Oh no, Murray's no fundamentalist. He's the kindest, sweetest member of the entire gang. He just happens to have a very particular set of skills.
Just doesn't know his own strength.
He's like Liam Neeson if he were a hippopotamus.
Oh, Poppy is looking at some oh shit, there's a lot of mosquitoes. I see 5 of them right
Oh,
now
dear.
on my walls. But they're not biting me for some reason.
You got the mosquitoes, I've got the flies. Maybe we could help each other out, like pit them against each other in a faction war.
Yeah.
I think you need another pet, Seth. Frog.
Well, yeah, a frog, definitely. I mean, I have Poppy and she's looking at the walls and doing like...
That should finish him off.
Oh my god,
Those are
this
the noises.
toucan survived a flame punch somehow. But it didn't survive too. Oh. But now we have to ascend to the second level and destroy these cylinders by, flopping on them, Murray style. Behold. Destruction! We've lifted the cylinders up and now we're just dropping them straight into the floor. Luna says Murray Neeson? Indeed, indeed. And Exit says that's canon now. Sure is. Sure is.
He doesn't care who you are. He doesn't know what you want, but he will find you and will kill you.
Pull the plug on this thing.
And everything on its way.
There we go. Murray's missions tend to be the easiest out of each of the 3 playstyles, largely because nothing can scratch him. When you play Murray, you aren't controlling a character, you're controlling a force of nature.
You're controlling God himself.
Oh, and wait
form of a hippo.
Wait until we get to Murray in Thieves in Time. Oh, Jesus Christ. I will say this, no joke, no hyperbole, no memes. By the time we get to Entry 4, this iteration of Murray will seem pathetically weak to you. Exit asks, how is this thing still flying? I don't know, maybe the engineers are orcs, and they just believe it's the best at flying. I have no earthly idea. It's lost 75% of its energy. It's
Sounds
about
like
to lose the last
goblin
25.
engineering.
Yeah! Now, if it were cobbled engineering, it would work perfectly, because it would be impeccably designed. Oh, flashlight guard? We've got an explosive barrel for that.
There's enough for that. Hey, Poppy.
Well, it's Murray. There's a slap for that. So, of course, Murray has to let Sly into an engine room by destroying things around the complex.
Locked down by wall-mounted power stations located throughout this blimp. I'll need you to take out all the power stations.
Thank you, Exit, thank you. Exit says there's a slap for that nice one. Take notes, Potato. Oh! No, you know Potato's got the puns.
Maybe you should take notes on an English class, Exit.
I think you mean in an English class? No,
Yeah,
on. On would work.
Thank you.
Either or. Depends on the
Apology
context.
accepted.
So you remember that alarm destruction mission from Chapter 1? Is the same basic thing, but with 5 alarms instead of 3, and now toucans. What were you going to say?
I just love it how Potatoes... I just love it how Potato literally self-wrecked himself.
How exactly?
Well, no,
By
it's...
not having proper English.
No, it technically is proper, it's just very unusual to have somebody say take notes on a class. You would take notes on a lecture, but normally, at least over here, you would take notes in class, because the class refers to, like, the session, not the lesson. Usually. But no, it is technically correct. You could say on the class,
That's
like,
kind of correct.
here are my notes on the class, i.e. the subject I took. Exit says we're all unusual here, so that's working as intended. Righteous. Oh god, we got birds. You heard about Murray's new reality show where he takes, like, beaten, worn down old toucan guards and gives them a new lease on life? Yeah, it's called Flippin' the Bird. Oh, I'm so sorry, y'all. Thesis work is getting to me.
Yeah, all of us have to take notes from you, it seems.
Got a flashlight guard, or as Murray likes to call them, ammunition.
Cannon fodder.
Literal cannon fodder. Because you see his arms? There's no competing with those guns. That's some heavy artillery. Luna says, my brain. It's okay, I'm a teacher. I improve brains. My puns are good for you. Flashlight guard. Now ammunition. Oh god, the birds. Burn them, Murray! Burn them! Come on, you great, ferocious teddy bear, destroy the alarm! There we go! Now we just have to rip the gates to the engine room open, and it's time for Sly to do a little bit of high-voltage platforming. Then we're ready to take the fight to Klakla, who's still just kind of flying around. Obviously, we have to destroy her before she can use the drugged-up Parisian nightclub audience to achieve immortality through the hate chip. Because that is seriously the plot of this game at this point. Whoa, hold on, can we turnbuckle launch ourselves up there? Maybe not quite. No. Oh, come on, Murray. Guess not. We could easily launch up there, though. I think. No, that wouldn't do it. Yeah, we can make it over there, though. Fortunately, the turnbuckle launch drains none of our energy. Gotta hold on to all of that BME, Big Murray energy. Alright, let's rip this sucker apart. Yeah, just gotta hammer those face buttons. The way Murray hammers those faces. How we doing, y'all? Everybody having a good evening so far?
Pretty much, yeah. Enjoying the rest of my weekend.
Brilliant, brilliant. I was able to track down some very, very rare materials for my thesis' second chapter a couple days ago, so I'm in fairly high spirits.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Well, I called the Hawaiian State Archives to ask if they had a copy of an old policy book that absolutely nobody's read, I think, ever. Spoke to a very nice older woman who was involved with the archive. She said she couldn't find anything. I was like, oh, damn. Well, I guess I'll just go elsewhere then, right? Or give up on that one, because there was nowhere else I could find it. I get a call like an hour later. This woman had spent, like, the better part of an hour digging around in their old card catalog in, like, the oldest, least accessed section of the state archives of Hawaii. A place absolutely nobody could navigate. And she found it.
Wow. Wow.
Did all that for me after I'd already given up, for absolutely no personal gain. That's so incredibly kind. Great people.
You write her a big thank you in your thesis.
I will. The folks at the Hawaiian State Archives, representatives of Hawaiian universities and the government, in fact, are generally just phenomenal folks. Alright, it's time to bring down Klakla, finally.
An unexpected windfall. I've been contacted by Inspector Fox.
Carmelita's actually willing to help us this time.
She's well aware of the dire situation we all face if Klakla becomes immortal and has agreed to join forces with us so that we can destroy the robotic bird. The only catch is that she's unable to locate this blimp on her radar. To help her hone in on our position, we'll need to boost the strength of 4 local radio towers. Once Inspector Fox is in range, she'll take one of us on board to act as a tail gunner in a dogfight against Klakla. This is it. We don't have time for another plan. We're almost over Paris, and if that hate hypnosis light show goes off, well,
oh, I'm sorry. So, in order to help Carmelita find Arpeggio's blimp, we're going to have to place some signal emitters on various perches scattered around the blimp. I believe they're these towers right here. And for that, Sly is going to need one last new ability, specifically a technique that allows him to act as though he's auditioning for Space Jam.
Okay, Sly, we need to send Carmelita a radio pulse so she can home in on the blimp. To do that, I'll need you to get on top of 4 very tall towers. They are too big to climb and too tall to jump
What's this all got to do with this thing you've got me wearing?
It's an experimental mega jump pack. By pressing the R2 button, you'll perform a huge jump. So be careful.
All right, sounds like fun.
Behold the Mega Jump Pack. I love this thing. Look at that air. Jesus Christ.
Nice.
Getting so much air you'd think our name was Slykel Jordan.
Why?
I know, I'm on one tonight.
God.
All you have to
That
do
one physically hurt.
is use the pack to ascend these little towers and mess about with the ornaments atop each. After stealing a nugget, of course.
Never forget to steal a nugget. Again, nuggets. Damn it!
You wouldn't eat gold nuggets now, would you?
I would.
Or
That's
turd
how
nuggets.
hungry I am. No, that I wouldn't. But if you want some turd nuggets, Seth, I'm sure Poppy and Beppo can supply you.
The Poppy can. Beppo would attempt to hog them all for himself, would he not?
Yeah, of course. All your pooper belong to us.
That shit's mine, literally. This is a fun, simple little mission that allows us to get some serious air and experience the floatiest platforming the series has to offer. It feels very, very nice, even though it comes at the tail end of the game. Don't mind the giant, tattered wings inexplicably stapled onto the airship. They serve no purpose save as a framework that a framework of rails we can platform across. I'll come back off stream and collect the remaining clue bottles, don't y'all worry. Just one more transmitter to mess about with. And it looks like, yeah, we could paraglide straight to the top of it. That's handy. And that should be the entire job, I think. Now we just have to wait for Carmelita to come pick us up, and together we can bring down Klakla.
It looks like Carmelita has picked up on our signal. She's now headed on an intercept course directly for us.
Excellent. Game is 98% complete, y'all.
Ooh, so close.
One last job. By the way, do we still have the mega jump? No, it's only for that one mission? Dang it.
Aw, too bad.
Yep. Time to begin the last chain of missions with Carmelita's gunner. Yeah, do you see what I mean? That the final chapter was just a little underwhelming?
Yeah. Just a little bit.
We don't even get to see the villain or hardly any of their style at all.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's not flirty chit-chat?
Yep, so now it's time to shoot Constable Neela down. While also blowing through scores of missiles and probably taking a hit from some of them. Like that. We've also got to make sure to land attacks on her fairly frequently. Otherwise, I believe... Damn it! Her eyes will start glowing, and she'll perform a series of effectively unavoidable attacks.
That should get her attention.
There we go. Kept her from using the ridiculous over-the-top attack yet. Missiles with red trails require 2 shots to take down, but fortunately, unlike the others, they're usually fired straight at the gun, without any kind of arc or movement. Like so.
Nice shooting!
Hold on just a second, the fly's in the area again. Eclipse has just watched first season of The Mandalorian. Man, it's good. Really? Good stuff. I'm gonna have to catch it, sometime soon. Once I'm done with the MCU, that is. Oh yeah, now we have to shoot the borders of those, electric gates as they're spawned. We didn't have to in Clockwork's original boss fight. Hers, we do. Oh god, that trilling means the eyes are powering up again. Yes, Carmelita, we are getting through, somehow. Kinda strange to think that Clockwork is somehow more durable than... Oh, shit. Damn it! Than at first. When he was in his original ultimate form. Oh, but I mean, I guess this time we aren't having to pierce his armor or anything, we're just able to shoot it down. Gotta play this very defensively, like most of the turret gun sections in this game. Be sure you... don't accidentally toggle a gate back on by firing at its ring again after you already strike it. Have already struck it, sorry. Not like that!
You need some English lessons.
Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry, the fly was just in my eyes the entire time. Fucking hell!
Wow.
Gonna have to call the folks from the complex.
If it's those fruit flies, you can get rid of them with vinegar.
You can get rid of them with vegetables.
They're gnats, I believe. So, like, tiny, not even, like, proper flies. Like I said, there's just the one that I'm aware of right now, but it's just been on me. Okay. Fortunately, we didn't have to drain all of Neela's health. But, we sent her crashing into the airship, which caused the entire thing to go up, finally. In a way that destroying all of its engines just didn't, I guess. And now we've got a platform over to the safe house to rescue the rest of the gang. Because, as you can see, she's carrying the safe house away. This is actually a phenomenal set piece. I love this section. There we go, and Murray's puking all over Bentley. Great. As you do. Can we make it, even though we weren't intended to land on that lower level? I think we... Oh, damn it, just barely missed it. And unfortunately, falling here is an instant death, inexplicably. This is, however, the last platforming segment in the game. There we are. And again, visually, with all of the bits of debris from Arpeggio's airship scattered around the environment here, this is stunning. And trust me, back in 2004 for PS2, this looked really, really good. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, Eclipse says this is a really cool set piece. It is, and as is the norm for Sucker Punch games, really pushed the boundaries of what technology it was running on was capable of. There we go. Now we just have to get over to the roof of the engine. I think. Can we make it? Yes! Notice that some of these platforms are kind of subtly tossed about in the air as we approach them to kind of help us secure a safe landing. That's great. Now we have to platform along Clockla in midair, and just like clockwork, try to dismantle her head.
You might have a new body, Mila, but you're still the low-down backstab.
She's way more capable of defending herself in this phase than Clockwork was, though.
Any different.
Be brave while you can. I might not have the immortality of pure hate, but I feel some power growing within me.
And now here we have to drain what remains of her health. Oi, oi, oi. While dodging her eye beams. Which basically just means hopping onto the back of her neck every few seconds so she doesn't open fire directly on us. Like that. Oh, wait. Oh, I was about to say, do we have to claw out the other eye? But I don't think so. Oh, shoot, we do. Never mind. Never you mind. Have a little bit less wiggle room here. Almost there. There we go. Exit says it sure is. Yeah, really cool. And now we bring her down on an overlook just within a stone's throw of Dimitri's nightclub. So we're back in Paris, where this whole adventure more or less started.
It's an emotional moment.
And there's one more phase. She's not down. All three of the guys are gonna have to work together to extract the hate chip and kind of remove Neela's soul.
Something about a hate chip.
Because her body's gone. It got mulched inside of the clockwork suit.
Then let's do a little open head surgery. I'll pry open that beak so that Bentley can go to town with his bombs.
Yeah, so it falls to Murray to just rip her beak straight open. Oh, shoot. That was careless of me. We just have to platform across some lasers. This really isn't too bad. This is more of a set piece than anything else. But again, a very cool one. You could see bits of Arpeggio's airship in the water surrounding us. I think that's really cool.
Okay? I will find you in your sleep and I will destroy you. You'll never know a moment's peace for the rest of your short, miserable lives. Your Clockwork will know revenge. I am revenge. I am the Alpha and the Omega. Clockwork!
The entire reason she's gone this mad for immortality and the clockwork parts, I have no earthly idea. It's never properly explained, but it doesn't matter.
You will not defeat me, ever!
Eclipse says they missed a chance to say Cooper Crew or Cooper Coo. Oh, you're true. You're right. You're right. But now guess what?
True.
Bentley gets to finish the job. With that, Captain Neela is down, and we've beaten the game.
Let's get out of here. She's about to explode.
But not without some casualties.
Glasses.
What? Bentley, I'll save you.
Bentley was actually caught in her jaws.
Pick me up. I can't walk.
And the Cooper gang isn't in the best of states right now. But we did it! And we completed Sly 2 Band of Thieves in the process.
And there we were, at the end of the road. The Claw Gang had been defeated, and the clockwork parts lay scattered around in heaps. Yet, despite the explosion, they remained pristine. It was as if nothing could ever hurt them. Carmelita cursed herself for showing up too late to get a few shots in on Clockla. So she took it out on what was close at hand. The hate chip. And just like that, it was over. Without that core piece, that essential center of clockwork, there was nothing left. The parts aged before our eyes as if time had finally caught up with the ancient bird. How ironic that Carmelita, a police officer, would be the one to lift the curse from the Cooper family. The menace of clockwork would never again rise to threaten me or my children. True to her nature, she informed us that we were all under arrest. But one look at my gang told me that we were in no shape for a fast getaway. So I offered to go peacefully in exchange for letting my friends walk. They'd taken some bruises through all of this, but I was surprised, shocked really, to see them leave their gear behind as they walked away. Their wounds were deeper than I'd imagined. Those guys were hurting. Carmelita's old police unit soon arrived. With me in custody, her name was cleared, and she even got a well-deserved promotion. It was the least I could do. The ride to HQ started with us sitting in silence, trying to read each other's thoughts. As the reality of my capture started to sink in, she began to relax, and we got to talking. We spoke freely about our previous adventures, comparing notes and even getting in a few laughs. Then we started talking about, well, everything. Books, music, art. It was like we were on a first date. She even showed me the bottle she'd been saving for the special occasion of my arrest. My heart sank when she realized that our short flight across town had already taken 2 hours, a fact I'd kind of clued into after seeing the Eiffel Tower float by 17 times. She went forward to ask the pilot what was up, and it looked like my pals had left me a little going-away present before taking off. Floating away on the night breeze, I could faintly make out Carmelita's voice.
I'll find you, Cooper!
And there we go. Our second adventure in the can. And whoa, what a game it was, huh?
Nice. Yeah.
It's actually a considerable evolution from the first game's relatively straightforward action platformer. And I have to say, it's very, very strong. It's my first time playing Sly 2 in years, and I'm very pleased to say that it holds up just as well as I remember it doing when I was... or it plays as well as I remember it doing when I was, you know... Oh goodness, how old would I have been when this first came out? 6, 7? Something like that? It's a remarkably well-made game that incorporates a lot of elements that we would see more maudlin open-world games try to use a bit later on. The very, very mild, restrained open world, the use of multiple playable characters, collectibles, and little side content scattered throughout open, freely explorable spaces. But, Luna says, really? I'm sorry, she's kinda dumb. Not quite. You'll see. Oh, and we get kind of a where are they now for each of our characters, which is pretty great. Feel free to enjoy those. The Claw Gang, I actually prefer as a set of antagonists to the Fiendish Five, if only because, they receive a little bit more development. It does help that each of the, there we go. The Contessa went on to become the most successful real estate broker in the greater Milwaukee area. Jean Busan went on to work for the EPA. And ended up frozen yet again on a rescue mission saving baby penguins. I think Rajan owns a chain of carpet stores, and Dimitri's a dance instructor on a cruise ship. It helped that each of the median 3 villains received 2 chapters to their name, even if some of those chapters felt a little content light. One thing I will say is the transition to multiple playable characters and the open world maybe didn't go perfectly smoothly, but was handled with a great deal of skill all the same. See, it did feel like, even though there were way more missions, more stages in this game than there were in the previous, quite a few of them, those that took place largely in the open world and had us doing things like, well, running the explosive barrel around to get the chargers in the last stage, or bugging Rajan's office in the third, things like that, felt a little content light, like they were your standard open world time killers. But the stages that took us for considerable periods of time into clearly segmented, stage-specific little spokes, those unique instances, those were fantastic. I can't say off the top of my head that there were any of them I particularly disliked. They each used compact, intentionally designed environments to great effect, both in terms of gameplay and aesthetics, and helped flesh out the feel of each of the game's 8 settings. Really top-notch stuff. The inclusion of Constable Neela as a kind of agent on the inside for the Cooper gang and the police force early on, who turns on them later, is interesting, if kind of basic, I suppose. But her usurpation of Arpeggio as our final villain is something I feel a little bit mixed about. It is a shame that, for a villain with a concept as promising as, a devotee of Italian Renaissance-era master engineers and architects, using their fantastical blueprints and creations to make up for their own deficient physicality, Arpeggio gets virtually no screen time, and we don't interact with him considerably outside of that one brief cutscene. It's something of a shame. The rest of the game, though, generally very, very strong. I still hold that some of the navigation and overworld design and mission design as well in chapters 3 and 8 is kind of weak and brings the game down as a whole, but everything else across the board was really, really quality. I have to give nods to both of the Canadian chapters for playing so well. Chapter 5, set at the Contessa's Castle, for its incredible setting and remarkable variety of missions, most of which took place inside of instances, and for, Chapter 2, and its brilliant, Indian, palace setting, which was absolutely gorgeous, right down to the color palette. Luna says 99. Yeah, you get 100% completion if you gather all of the unique treasures. Or no, all the clue bottles, I think. No big deal, though.
It is a big deal.
And, can't believe I'm mentioning this last, it's wonderful that Bentley and Murray were added to the mix as playable characters in their own right, each with a highly unique gameplay style and set of abilities. I do appreciate, memes aside, the fact that Murray was given simple but extraordinarily satisfying combat and destruction-oriented gameplay, and that with Bentley, outside of his hacking minigames and RC control stages, both of which are simple but good fun, that his playstyle requires the player to be, if anything, even stealthier than you would be with Sly, very intentionally sedating and dispatching enemies with explosives. Explosives which have an unfortunate tendency to draw enemies' attention from clear across, like, entire stages. So you have to be very, very careful and selective with the enemies you defeat as Bentley, which I think maps to his playstyle and to his character very well. One teensy tiny complaint I have is it felt like we didn't get to play, over the course of the main campaign, as Bentley or as Murray doing what they do best as often as perhaps we should have. This is kind of the issue with the new playable characters introduced in Spyro 3, but nowhere near to the same scale as that issue was present in that game, where you have these cool new playstyles, but it feels like the devs didn't have a preponderance of ideas of what to do with them just yet. Now keep in mind, for Sly 2, this is a very minor complaint on my part, because we do get to play as each of the guys several times in each chapter, with the exception of Chapter 4, where we hardly get to play as Murray at all for obvious plot-related reasons. I think they did a great job striving for a relatively egalitarian disbursement of playtime between the three, while still giving the obvious nod, the preference to Sly, because his playstyle is what people turned up for, and I will say, is the most well-rounded, even though the others are still absolutely fantastic. We will see a more egalitarian approach to this, with the other two getting some really cool additions to their toolkit in the third game, which we are going to start, though not get very far in at all, right now, if you guys are up for it. Again, we're going to have to close the game and then restart it to Yeah, that was very good. There were a couple stutters here and there, but that was solid. To
Oh,
access the third game.
Somebody just bought another Hollow Knight figure.
Oh, lovely.
Nice.
Oh god.
You don't have it made, do you?
No, I made it. I finished it a couple of days ago. Just need to glue the eyes, but
But now you have to make another one.
yes.
That's money, though, Seth.
True.
So, again, Sly 2, excellent game. I have to say I personally enjoy it more than the first, though I can't decisively say whether or not I feel it's a better designed game. They're just too different. The gameplay formulas, the genres are too distinct. That'd be like saying, I don't know, like Super Mario Bros. 3 is a better game overall than, like, FIFA 2014 or something. Like, you'd be comparing apples to oranges. But I will say, I enjoy playing Sly 2 more. And for a, like, fairly simple, early pseudo-open world game, I think it holds up incredibly well. The voice cast, though fairly restrained, with a lot of actors playing double or triple roles, was rock solid. The soundtrack was great. The settings and art direction were even better than in the first game, I would say. With, again, that attention to distinguishing each setting by its color palette, using a unique set of dominant colors that you aren't going to see as prevalently anywhere else in the game. And it's something we're going to see continued on over into Sly 3, Honor Among Thieves, which I remember liking the most out of the trilogy, thinking it was the high point of the trilogy, even though most folks seem to prefer Sly 2. Guys, what did you think about Sly 2, before we dive in here?
I found it much more interesting than Sly 1.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
And now Sly 3, you might think it's going to be relatively content sparse, but I promise you it's not. It has 6 chapters, as opposed to the second game's 8, but each chapter has a totally unique setting, and almost every mission. Oh, alright, Luna, take care, good night. Hope you have a great day tomorrow.
Good night, Luna.
Almost every mission will see us enter one of those spokes, one of those unique instances that you don't explore outside of the chapter. And most of these chapters, y'all, in terms of gameplay and visual design, are really, really, really good. So let's dive right on into Sly 3, Honor Among Thieves. Y'all might want to listen in to the audio on Twitch for your for the first mission, because we're going to hear a lot of new characters who you won't be able to differentiate if you can't tap into their voices. This was released just a year after the second game? What?
Wow, that's fast.
You kidding me? I mean, it uses the same basic formula, but vastly expanded. God, Sucker Punch are good.
It's quite possible that they just used a lot of the stuff they had to cut from the second game.
Yeah.
They accidentally made too much content, so they just made another game.
Or, what's likelier, since I think it was devised as a trilogy during the development of Sly 2, they developed them jointly.
That's also possible.
So we start on Kane Island in the South Pacific. All of the guards here are chimeras, such as these elephant bats. Elephant gorilla bats, great. There he is, our guy. There's the move. Let's do this, y'all. Okay, this is the bit you're going to want the sound on for, okay? Because I want to see if you can place any of these voices.
This is it, Sly. The gang's assembled and are in position to help you get up to that vault. For the rest of the operation, you are the ball.
Roger, Bentley. I'm starting my approach. Getting over these fortress walls shouldn't be a problem. Look, we're running 5x5 here. Make sure everyone's in sync.
I hear that. Artillery.
Time to check in with the gang.
I endeavor not to miss.
Excellent. Radio control.
In position.
Recovery team. On point. Submersibles. Showtime, baby. Telekinetic. All right, it's the crime of the century and the ball's in motion.
Did any of those silhouetted figures seem familiar?
Nope.
Well, one of them was Murray.
Oh yeah, of course, the first one.
Nope. The second. He's Recovery.
Second?
But did you...
Oh.
What's the most obvious thing we noticed about the gang here, though?
They're bigger.
Much bigger. Yep. We've got a lot more characters in this one. And friends, I am pleased to report they all play fantastically.
Nice.
So this is a very, very linear stage, just like a prologue.
Mm-hmm. Like a tutorial level, basically.
Yeah. So it's time for our RC expert to take the field.
The ball has stopped rolling. We've got an obstruction.
Dig this. These poor guys. We're going to need our telekinetics expert to lower that radio tower. There we go.
And what's Murray? Mass murder expert?
He's actually extraction team.
Yeah, he's extracting the bone structure out of people.
Right.
Ball requesting door via digit monitor.
Extracting
Over.
the enemies from this world.
There's our demolition expert, putting themselves to good use.
By demolitioning.
Oh, what pattern adorns the coins here? Oh, we're not gonna see any. You may notice that there's been a slight graphical overhaul since the second game. Even pre-remaster, the third game did look a bit cleaner than the second. Oh no, here we go. The coins are emblazoned with a simple 3. That also serves as the symbol, I believe, the personal symbol of the villain who operates this arena. But hey, look who it is, if you can see. Our aquatic expert.
Aquaman.
No, you remember him, don't you?
Oh yeah! Is that Dimitri?
Yes! Dimitri joins the gang in this game.
Wow.
And he's a badass. Oh, here's our villain, Dr. M.
Mark, sir. He's well too, yeah?
Shame you won't be seeing them again.
Sir?
Afraid I poisoned your drink at lunch. Sorry, Richards, but I don't tolerate poor performance. You should have changed the security code from 1, 2, 3 after you installed the new system.
I'll improve, I swear.
No, you'll die any second now.
So, Dr. M operates this massive facility himself, and...
Is he a baboon?
Yes, water leaking into
a baboon or a man... I think a baboon, yeah.
Get a janitor for the lab elevator. Richards.
All of his guards are chimeras, as, a reference to, I believe, the classic science fiction story The Island of Dr. Moreau. Who created, you know, a race of, like, anthropomorphic, chimeric beast men.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we have to reach that vault and disable all of the drills. And thankfully, on our way up, Dr. M accidentally let slip what the passcode is. Since the guards never changed it, it's 1, 2, 3. Indeed. Oh god, we're under fire. Somehow, bullets are flying straight out of the spotlights. That's advanced technology. 1, 2, 3. And there we go. We now have access. Wait for it. to the Cooper Vault. I love Dr. M's war machines. Have a look at this one.
Oh, how I long for this.
This vault belongs to the Cooper family.
Nice.
You're trespassing.
No, my naive boy, you're trespassing. I've got the deed to this island. This fortress is mine. Everything here is mine. Which now holds the key to the vault. And
He's probably the most stereotypical Bond villain dish we're going to get the entire, in the entire franchise. Look at Bentley, just sending him flying. You'll notice that Bentley is confined to a wheelchair in this game, as well.
Yeah.
He's somehow even more, like, mobile, in this entry, though. Because that wheelchair has been kitted out with some ridiculous technology.
Why is he in a wheelchair?
Because he was, crushed by Clocklow's jaws at the end of the second game.
Ah, right.
We're almost home free. The boat's just up ahead.
Bentley's actually got the greatest potential for airborne, movement out of the entire gang this time. But now we've got to rescue Bentley by taking down Dr. M. And his giant turtle thing. Oof.
It's not working. Save yourself.
Clip says nice continuity there. Yeah, no, the myth arc of the franchise continues really seamlessly. Which lends further credence to my theory that the two games were developed more or less in sequence, like just one right after the other. And that's the tutorial stage. Believe it or not, that took place at the tail end of the game.
It was like they always say. Your life really does flash before your eyes. There it all was, stretching back to my childhood. Born into a family of master thieves that went back for generations, I was next in line to continue the Cooper name.
Sadly, I will have to leave you because I need to go to sleep.
Alright, Potato, thank you so much for joining us, man. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
The orphanage I landed in wasn't all bad. It was there that I met my lifelong friends. Bentley, he's always been the thinker.
Oh, look at Murray.
He's the doer. We'd stuck together over the years, and our skill, our confidence, and our thieving reputation grew stronger with each heist.
You're cute.
We thought that the good times would never end, and that our luck would never run out. Which only made things tougher when the odds finally caught up with us. Then I met this guy, McSweeney, who claimed to have run with my father's crew back in their heyday. They pulled jobs all over the world and amassed quite a collection of priceless items. It was then that McSweeney told me all about the Cooper Vault. It seemed that my father, like all my ancestors, had been hiding their wealth in a secret place for generations, each one adding to the treasure hidden behind a door that, if McSweeney's story is true, only a Cooper can open. Using some well-placed clues provided by McSweeney, we set out for the secret island that held the vault. On arriving, we discovered someone by the name of Dr. M had already set up shop. From the looks of it, he'd been trying to crack the thing for years, growing steadily more frustrated in his failures and more paranoid as the decades rolled by. he built himself a fortress with security as tight as Fort Knox. Getting inside the place would take precision, creativity, and moreover, it would take an army of world-class thieves. Finding and bringing together that much talent won't be easy, but to get inside the Cooper Vault and collect my inheritance, I was willing to pay the price.
So there's our setup. Not bad.
Nice.
Sly trying to recover his inheritance from a deranged simian scientist. And each chapter of the game revolves around an operation to recruit one master thief. Okay, we know that. This game also includes a pretty extensive series of tutorial courses set in the Hazard Room, which I guess we've got to go to right off the bat. We're going to get to the entrance cinematic of the first proper chapter, then we'll cut it for the day, so just a little longer.
To the Cooper Vault, we'll need to perfect our thieving skills.
So they're going to force us to go through a quick tutorial, but I appreciate having it all in like a side area rather than them trying to tutorialize us in the main game.
We'll initiate a streamlined crash course in grand larceny. I'll head for the control room, and we'll get things started.
Dish it out. I'm ready.
I will have to leave you as well now, though, because it's getting very late.
Alright, we'll see you next time, Seth, for our inaugural journey in Venice.
Yeah! Okay, see ya. Bye-bye.
Take care, y'all.
Look around the hazard room. Try to find the Cooper gang marker I'm projecting.
So this one's very simple. All they're teaching us is, like, camera manipulation and simple movement.
That's handy.
I agree. These holographic markers are an invaluable tool for fighting your
Just really, really quickly and efficiently getting us caught up to speed on all the mechanics that were introduced in the second game.
clicking the L3 button a few more times to get the hang of it. Okay, head for the waypoint.
There we go.
I programmed in a new mission destination. Press L3 to find it. Perfect. Now everyone knows that a thief's best friend is a rooftop.
Provided he doesn't break his neck getting up there.
I appreciate the banter between the characters in these training room segments, but they do drag things out just a little. But again, the good news is, once we do this, we will never be tutorialized like this again. So they give it to you all at once on the front end, and then just let you loose. I like that. It's not like open world games today where, like, you're still being introduced to new mechanics like 20 hours in and they hold your hand through a very linear tutorial mission or 12. Looking at you, Assassin's Creed.
Hey, Brady.
Hey, Exit, how's it going, man?
Going good. I saw your bad mods left, so I thought I would.
Oh, appreciate it, man. It's late over there, though. I know that.
It is. It's midnight here. But I got some time spare, so stop by and then say hi.
We got to see Seth's home, or an area very, very near it in the last game. We'll get to see yours in this installment.
Mine?
Yeah, no, we will be going to the Netherlands midway through the game.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you need me. You need me. The Netherlands. I am the Netherlands expert.
And it's one of the best chapters in the series. It's great.
All right. I'm psyched. I want to see this.
You can imagine what the environment looks like. Eclipse says, when do we see Scotland? Just pick some place that rains a fuck ton.
Yeah, that's Scotland for you, laddie. Is that Scottish? Is that Scottish enough?
It's close, I think.
Eclipse is probably gonna say that butchering me.
Heck of a page turner, that book.
Thought you. By the way, I did thought that with that ending with the turtle, I think, oh, he's done. He finished the game, but you haven't finished the game yet.
Oh no, this is Sly 3. We transitioned over to the third game. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Finish the game. Yep. Start a new game straight away. Fuck yeah.
We're just getting around to the beginning of the first chapter so that we don't have to do any of this at the start of the next stream. Eclipse says it's a very exaggerated Scottish, but yes.
Alright, I'll take it. Also know that there's a big difference between people from Glasgow and people from Edinburgh.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds really good.
That's right, Sly, you're a credit to the Cooper name. You can crawl underneath some shit. Well done.
Job complete. You crawled under something.
And now we can actually start the game proper by traveling to Venice for our first chapter.
I wanted to ask you this,
Sir.
Don't you think it's strange that you have to collect like 7 keys for one door?
Oh yeah, but I mean, you know, they have to like design some redundancies into their security.
That means that if any of the one guards that is guarding that thing, he needs to get into the engine room for whatever reason, he needs to find his other 6 colleagues. Because they all have to open the same goddamn door. It's weird.
That's true. No, you're right, it is. But I think, like, if you were concerned with security, as, like, a criminal mastermind would be, and you also are aware that you were seemingly incapable of hiring anybody with a line of sight that extends more than 6 feet in front of their face, you probably want, like, some redundancies. Okay, let's dive into Chapter 1, An Opera of Fear. I love this game setting so much, and Venice is a really, really strong one. Over on Twitch, you'll be able to hear the narration here regarding our antagonist, who I adore. Let's dive right on in.
Getting inside a world-class vault would take a team of world-class thieves, a group of specialists, each member contributing their own particular talent. It was clear that we needed Murray back. Not only was I missing a light.
Yeah, Murray just quit and renounced violence altogether, so we need to fix that.
When Bentley was injured during the whole Clockwork affair, Murray blamed himself, eventually leaving the team. We tried to console him, but going out on his own was something he needed to do. He said he wanted to find his spiritual center. We got word that Murray ended up in the Australian outback, where he studied a mystic art called the Dreamtime from an Aboriginal guru. From all accounts, things went pretty well, and his teacher even sent him on a walkabout to locations all over the globe.
Sorry, I've been a little bit silent, but I'm trying to help an American friend of mine to determine how to fix his AIO problem.
Oh, no worries.
But what he's doing there is a mystery. I just hope he steers clear of the local mob boss, Octavio. Growing up, this guy used to be a real celebrity in the neighborhood. Everyone loved to hear him sing opera, and said he was destined to be the next great tenor. But just as his career started to take off, musical tastes changed. Suddenly, it was all about rock music, and no one wanted to listen to opera anymore.
Why can't I hear anything about it?
Well, on Discord, I can't share audio.
Oh, yeah, you can broadcast audio.
Oh, I love Don Octavio as a character.
But worth it for a chance to make things right with Murray.
Oh, by the way, I sent you a link on Discord for the Dig, the game that I was talking about yesterday.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is our setup for Chapter 1, An Opera of Fear. We're traveling to Venice because Murray was seen there after renouncing violence altogether, traveling into the Australian outback, and becoming a student of indigenous religion, the Dreamtime, and being sent on a walkabout by his master. And the villain here is largely, like, supplemental, like, kind of ancillary to the plot, which is fine, because our antagonist makes up for it in, like, his strength of character. He is a washed-up former opera star who decided to take revenge on Venice after his career failed due to a swift change in the demography of what people were listening to. So he joined the Mafia and is now like the local Don. You could see a glorious standee of the man himself out the back window there. Don Octavio is incredible, and the entire chapter has this pronounced, not just opera, but old-school theatrical performance theme to it. It's great, but unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to see it later this week. I'm going to have to cut the stream there. We've been going for 4 hours of Sly Cooper, which is always a good thing.
I do like the new graphics, by the way. The models look different. It looks really good.
You know what it is, I think? because this, as I said, this change was also evident in the PS2 originals. It's less the models and more the color palettes. It looks like a lot of the colors have been made more vibrant. They pop a bit more. If you compare these models to those in the second game, that color palette was a little more muted. These use very strong, almost neon shades wherever they can. I really like this.
Yeah, it also looks like that black line, the contour a little bit better. And stuff.
Yes!
So it doesn't look that blurry.
You're absolutely correct, sir. And
really
we'll
cool.
get to experience the rest of this on Wednesday, where we will probably not be making it to Holland yet, unfortunately, but we'll be able to take care of the first couple of chapters. And this game, guys, unlike Sly 2, has absolutely no protracted weak points or weaker chapters. It's mostly really, really strong stuff, just stem to stern. So I hope you'll be able to join us for that on Wednesday. Until next time, thank you all so much to everybody catching this live on Twitch or after the fact as a VOD on YouTube. My name is Brady the Overanalyst. I've been your host, joined as always by a wonderful commentary panel consisting today of Seth the Overwitch, Comrade Potato, and Exit Dust. Please feel free to follow Seth and Potato, who also do streaming here on Twitch quite regularly. And in fact, tomorrow, let me see, I believe Potato will be live with the I don't have shoutouts set up, I'm sorry, need to work on those. The continuation of his inaugural playthrough of Dark Souls, which is going very smoothly. Very, very smoothly.
If I have to make a comment about that, it's going a little bit too smooth.
I mean, Potato's really good at Souls-likes, we found
He's really good at it, and it's bugging me.
No, like,
that good.
Look,
where's my...
there you go. His Bloodborne playthrough made me both extremely impressed and also a little self-conscious. So I know the feeling. I was like, okay, I think maybe I'm just really bad.
You're gonna overthink all your life choices that way. Oh, by the way, thanks for linking that.
Yes, thank you,
yeah,
Cliff.
Makes me jealous.
Yeah,
That's
agreed.
exactly the line I was looking for. Absolutely. Spot on. He needs to die more.
No, I can't even do what I normally would. It'd be like, oh, well, okay, somebody's got a commentary panel helping them. I'm no help! No, I'm like, oh, there's a great treasure over there. Oh, I forgot about the dragon. Oops. Alright,
okay.
We'll have to leave it for there today, but thank you all so much, everyone. Please join Potato tomorrow at 8 p.m. Central European Time. We hope to see you there, and until then, bye-bye.
Good night.